Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a great morning to be a never Trump guy or gal. And Patty says, good morning all. Celebrated my 2nd year anniversary. Congratulations, bud. Oh shit, it's just me right now. I'm just waiting to drop the beat. True, drop the beats. Randy says, good morning, nerds. Good morning to you. Good morning, Randy. Happy anniversary, Sen. Sen Patty says, thanks. This year was a lot of money moves for us, so I'm happy that it's all working out. That's dope. Christmas says, good morning. Good morning to you. Hi, Sabri Keller. Sen Patty says, good morning, Vietnam. Christian Blair says, good morning. Good morning to you. Tagrung says, what's up, fam? Same old, chilling. How's everyone doing today? How'd that debate go last night? It was good, man. It was good. Realistically, the other side was not prepared at all. They dropped the ball 2 or 3 times. They got assaulted physically, rhetorically, metaphorically, spiritually. They were assaulted multiple times. They took the L last night, and it was great. Patriarch says, hello. Tiger says, let's do a review because I never watched it. No, we're not going to review our own content. Get out of here. I was talking about other people's stuff. Well, QC says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot, beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing stuff up. Indeed, that is the Grill Hottest prayer. Thank you for leading us in prayer this morning. Well, QC John. Casper Chase says, I couldn't watch 10 minutes of the debate. Nothing to compete with the logic of a black conservative. It was rough. Christian Blair says, last night debate was homosexual. It's true that the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys had QRF weapons cached, but insurrectionists did bring firearms on the Capitol grounds. Yeah, and they had zip ties and plate carriers and all that crap. I had to catch the VOD. No problems. The what was I thinking? And by the way, like how stupid was Cooley's argument where they didn't have, like, let's say, okay, I know that you're saying that some people had firearms, but let's say it's like concealed weapon carry, which I believe in. So let's say they just had concealed pistols for self-defense because they knew hundreds of thousands of people were going to be there. Okay. Could be illegal, but I wouldn't lose sleep over that. Right. I still think it's moral to carry a pistol on your person in order to defend yourself. So let's say that there was just concealed weapon pistols. There was no intent to use those on Congress members or whatever. Well, having QRFs that are engaged in a seditious conspiracy and being a part of a riotous mob meant to pressure the vice president of the United States to throw out the certified votes of a bunch of states where you claim that you found outcome determinative voter fraud, but you haven't proven that in or out of court within the past 5 or 6 years. That should be the biggest fucking L in American history. And yet they still entertain it. And for the 50th time, I've said this. If Donald Trump proved out of court or in court outcome determinative voter fraud, then I would be like, damn, I hate Trump for XYZ ABC reasons, but January 6, 2021 was justified. I would change my tune on what happened on January 6, 2021, but he hasn't. So fuck him. Sen Patty says, I watched some of the VOD, but didn't get as much as I wanted content after stream. Oh, wait. I watched some of the VOD, but didn't get as much as I wanted. Got content for after the stream. Yeah. No problem, guys. I appreciate your support one way or the other. Don't call those MFers oath keepers. They're oath breakers. I agree. I want to see the debate because I slept through it, but whatever. It's cool. I was super secretly on time today. Everybody double down on life insurance. The world may end. True. Wait, you debated Cooley again? Yeah, last night he was a part of a panel. Yeah, I'll look forward to the Reason Riffs debate. Cooley is an idiot. Yep. What Cooley can do is he can engage in a talking point loop. He can go through a talking point loop, hit his points, then he can have contradictory information brought up, and then he can hit his talking point loop and keep the conversation centered on whatever topic he wants to keep it centered on. That's what he can do. But as far as like actual intelligence, using good information, responding to new information being presented, he is not good on his feet. Christian Blair says it's illegal for CCP on federal institution grounds, and pretty sure during an unlawful assembly. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm sure it's illegal. Big Leafy says maybe he's saving all the voter fraud evidence like a spirit bomb and Dragon Ball Z building and building forever. Big Leafy Tree. Unfortunately, what I saw this morning is that they released an email between Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein today. One of the House committees did so. And they're swearing in a new congressional member who will call for a vote. She already said this, that she will call for a vote for the Epstein files. So at minimum, we're getting the Epstein files. And at maximum, we're getting on record who is sweeping for it. Randy says the Epstein email stuff isn't as substantial as I hoped. No, but it does point to something really interesting. So one of the things that a lot of people accused the Trump administration of is Ghislaine Maxwell, her testimony determining her treatment. And so her testimony said, every time I hung out with Donald Trump, he was a perfect gentleman. He never did anything inappropriate with anybody, blah, 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 blah. And then she got sent to a minimum security prison where she has access to a puppy. She has access to a service animal. She has access to recreational hobbies. She has access to this. She has access to that. And so the accusation has been that she's getting preferential treatment because she's sweeping for Trump. Well, the Epstein email that got released is an email it's from Jeffrey Epstein, and it says, hey, out of all the people who are calling me out, you know who hasn't called me out? Donald Trump. And he was in the presence of this victim for hours and hours and hours. And who is it? Ghislaine Maxwell responds, and she's like, oh yeah, I was thinking about that. So that doesn't necessarily contradict her testimony, because maybe Donald Trump was just hanging out with a 15-year-old girl, maybe he just didn't do anything sexual, maybe this, maybe that. But can you tell me in any sane world, if this was Obama, if this was Biden, if this was name a Democrat, would any Republicans sweep for this whatsoever? Absolutely not. They would be trying to nail this person to the wall. So the fact that Republicans are still sweeping for it shows you how absolutely duplicitous and principleless and morally corrupt they are. Patriarch says, what do we think about what does YouTube think I'm in Peru? What the fuck? Oh, I don't know. Storytime, please. The Monday night stream got removed. We could do storytime. Jim Baker said storytime. The Epstein email stuff isn't as substantial. That's the thing that I just addressed. Remember, kids, just because something is legal doesn't mean it's constitutional. True. On time and straight. Shake my head. True. Jonazilla says, good morning, my grillas. What's up, man? Tigeroong says, I am somewhat relieved that there isn't an all-powerful cabal of pedos who managed to assassinate Epstein. That we know of yet. Conservative liberalism says, yo, Jonah 07. Okay. So I'm going to put the ball in your court, all right? Just off of the top of my head, I think I deleted... Yeah, I deleted the content, the content list of stuff that I wanted to check out. So that I don't have a content list. The things that I saw within the past 48 hours that could be interesting, but I don't know if they're really that interesting. Destiny talking to Tom Bilyeu. Realistically, Tom Bilyeu was one of my worst performing VODs. And I think it's just because he's a dry guy. I think he's interesting, having like a billionaire centrist who's trying to figure it all out and he's trying to steel man all sides. I think that's kind of interesting, but I think a lot of people view it as really, 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 really dry content. So the VOD did not do well. And frankly, he is a little bit dry. Then the other thing that I saw was Andrew Wilson on Tim Pool. I think he went on again within the past week. And when I was Googling it, there was a 4-way debate between Josiah, Andrew Wilson, some other right-winger, and Luke Beasley. And I don't think we ever watched that. Like, if we did, we watch it, we only watched like 20 minutes of it, and we never got into the substance of the debate. So even though that's old, I would still watch it because that's a lot of like heavy hitters, in my opinion. Then we could also kick it classic, and we could do like the N-word, the Destiny N-word saga. What a classic. So we could kick it old school and do Destiny's greatest hits, Vosh's greatest hits. We could kick it new school with something like that. But you know, I'm kind of up in the air because realistically, if we had 50 to 70 people and I just told you law enforcement stories for the next 4 hours, that would be an awesome way for me to spend my day. If we spent the next 4 hours doing debate reviews of old shit that was super funny and super spicy at the time, and it's kind of like a drama commentary retrospective, that could be fun. And then if we wanted to do new shit, I would do new shit too. Like just because the content's dry doesn't mean we don't need to put out content, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. The way that we really do this, the way that what you guys really need is some way to have like a radio running in the background that you can interact with to get you through the workday. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's realistically what a live stream is. Badusai says debate review. Okay, that's a vote for a debate review. Tiger says let's watch it. He's super cringing gay, but let's check it out. Which one? Melody says Destiny talking to Tom will make me hang myself. Okay. Christian Blair says, did you find out why the VOD was taken down for copyright? No, but I could pull it up and do that even while we're watching stuff. Subry Keller says centrist Tom is a Trump D-sucker. He keeps trying to pretend he's not, but it's obvious. Well, a lot of contrarians are like that. We could just argue about Hunter Biden for the next couple of hours. We could. Well, QC John says, I say we introduce a young girl hottest to old Connor. Yeah. Thraxamundar says, Con, man, what you think about the Dems folding, long-term political move or soft and yellow belly nonsense? I think, oh, that's actually, hey, thank you, Thraxamundar. You actually reminded me of the content that's kind of spicy. Hutch and Pisco, when added on Live and Learn in reference to the Democrats caving on the shutdown, that is recent content. Now, the thing is, I have one perspective that I'll share with you now. My one perspective is Pisco is Lord Farquaad, okay? You know, with all like the 40 million starving people, he's like, some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Like that's Pisco's position. And Hutch is like, listen, man, as somebody not on benefits, it's pretty easy for you to volunteer 40 million other people to starve. And then Pisco's like, what does that have to do with anything? Why does my political or socioeconomic status have anything to do with my argumentation? And it's like, because it's easy to volunteer other people to suffer when you yourself don't have to suffer. That's why. Now, the truth is, I would just say that over and over and over again. But yeah. Christian Blair says Destiny versus communists or feminist criticism was good. It's old but good. True. Unork says if you do the Destiny N-word saga, you got to start at the and end the segment with the Nick Fuentes Destiny Batman clip. I love that clip so much. Grassroots says Chris Williamson and Scott Galloway. That's too wholesome. Grassroots. Chris Williamson, as far as I know, is like a 30 to 40-year-old single balding multimillionaire YouTuber who has like a bunch of people onto his show about like life improvement and philosophy and existentialism. And then Scott Galloway, as far as I know, is one of the more wholesome political commentators in the space, where he is insightful, but he's also incredibly polite and professional. And that's like way too nice, way too wholesome for the Counterpoints channel. Patriarch says gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for oiling Patriarch. Thank you to the dozen people who oiled last night. Thank you to you guys for continuing to support the channel, both with your viewership and your financial support. It's awesome. Sen Patty says, yes, let's do that. I don't know which one you're saying. Use proper nouns, guys. Say, yes, let's do the N-word saga. Yes, let's do Tom Bill U. Yes, let's do Live and Learn. You guys need to use proper nouns. When you say, yes, let's do the thing, like, I don't know what thing you're talking about. We talked about half a dozen things. Melody says, is there a Connor N-word video from his past? No, but I would actually, eventually I'll do like you know how everybody says that like I have like a pedo spreadsheet? My argument is it's an anti-pedo spreadsheet. But we you know, if we do the N-word saga, we're 100% doing an N-word spreadsheet. Grassroots says, live and learn is sounding hot. Live and learn is sounding like the best one. My inner ANCAP wakes up when the poor come up. Sorry. That's fine. Paul, he needs a haircut. Yeah, I do need a haircut, but I like growing out my hair. Sabri says, I kind of wanted the consequences for actions. I am of two minds, but I don't want people to die or starve. If you take away people's healthcare, they can buy. If you don't feed them, they'll die. Yeah. I think Hutch was making a good point. Pisco is so dead set on wanting a fighter that he doesn't see the gains. I know. Pisco versus Hutch. Okay, sounds like that we might be doing that. Live and learn. Anything but Tom. Live and learn. Live and learn, live and learn, live and learn. I say N-word at least 4 times a day, to be honest. All right. Let's do live and learn. And we will, although I'm going to admit it, my feelings are a little bit hurt that you guys aren't like, no, Connor, let's do cop stories. Let's do cop stories for the next 8 hours. You know, I'm a little bit offended, but that's okay. That's okay. We can do story time once a week. Live and learn, Implosion, Hutch versus Pisco, and then I'll put a question mark and we'll find some content after that. That's fine. That's funny. Live and not learn. True. Send Patty says 12-hour cop story stream. Let's go. Nah, I don't listen to hip hop. Doobie says, nah, I don't listen to rap. But what always pops in my head whenever somebody says I don't like rap or I don't like hip hop, there's 20 years ago, okay, which sounds like a long time ago, but for me it's not. There was the musical South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, and I was so pissed because I had just gotten into South Park, and then I downloaded South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, and when it was a musical, I was like, what's wrong with these guys? Like, I want to watch like funny, punchy, interesting stuff. I don't want to watch a musical. But eventually I got so bored that I watched South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. And it's excellent. Like, the songs are great. The plot is great. And one of my favorite moments is the American military is about to invade Canada. And the American military has Operation Human Shield and Operation Get Behind the Darkies. And Operation Human Shield is they're actually just duct taping black people to all the American military equipment. And then Operation Get Behind the Darkies is just the white people just like hanging out in the background, letting all the African Americans go in the front line. And Chef, the black chef from the school cafeteria, he's drafted into the military. And he's like, sir, have you ever heard of the Emancipation Proclamation? And the general responds, I don't listen to hip hop. The first time I saw that, I was like, oh, like that is spicy. That is a spicy meatball. The problem is that change doesn't come as long as the bread and circuses keep flowing. Sure, but how much change do you want? Mike Wazowski says, live and not learn. True. Send Patty says 12-hour cop story stream. I appreciate your support. Eben says, I need story time after I've digested the last soy content. Or I think you said stroy content, but yeah. Okay, cool. Estrada says, the Tom talk is so miserable. He says everything is bad, but if you look it through his frame of view, it could be worse. But the only worst step is we're in concentration camps. That's where, for me, like the billionaire class, dude, they're just people. I would like to think that billionaires are people who are as smart as me, who got lucky and had a good idea and had an entrepreneurial spirit and pushed forward. But oftentimes, I hate to say this, sometimes there's really, really successful rich people who just had a good idea and they had the right team and they were lucky. And then they just let their brain kind of rot inside their skull because they've accumulated so much material wealth that they don't have to do anything. And so the impetus to constantly sharpen themselves is just gone. And so their brain just slowly rots inside their skull over decades. Machiavellian says, we got to do story time so Connor can improve his game for grandfather years, which he will see, God willing. I don't know what that is, but that's interesting. Jonah Zill says, you got to listen to Young Thug's Ninja Song. Awesome. Mr. Feeney says, oh boy, I just got here in time for the South Park story. Lol. Yes. The best musical that released, Blame Canada. I agree. Also, Kyle's mom is a bitch. Kyle's mom's a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. If there's stupid bitch that ever was a bitch, she's a bitch to all the boys and girls. On Monday, she's a bitch. On Tuesday, she's a bitch. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, she's a bitch. You fucking love that song, man. Tag Room says, I went to school near Bragg with a bunch of GI Bill spec ops dudes, so I'm full up on PTSD stories for life based. Kaz says, I saw a good point. Trump just pardoned a drug dealer who got arrested a week later, but he really cares about drug dealers in boats. He has just to drone strike them. Yeah. It's all nepotism. It's all cronyism. Doobie says, Shut Your Fucking Face, Uncle Fucker is a top 10 song. I agree. Yeah. No, seriously, it was so good. Kaz says, calling the Emancipation Proclamation hip hop is a level of racism I couldn't foresee. I'm impressed. All right, we'll start the content momentarily, but Bud123 says I saw an Aurora last night. It was so cool. Yeah. Yep. Unicorn the Last Unicorn says best stream ever. I know, we have fun. We have fun here. I love that Connor knows the entire song. I do. I probably could keep going, but I would fuck up the pacing, so I don't want to fuck it up in front of you. Your storytelling game got to put the grandkids to sleep. Ah, nice. All right. Elon Musk is on his brain rot arc. I was never a hater, but listening to him on JRE was crazy. He repeatedly circled his own thoughts. That's what I'm saying, man. When you eliminate, like, I have to work, man. I got to work. I got to figure it out. Like I got to show up. I got to entertain you guys. I got to find what's new. I got to find what's good for the good for VOD content. I got to edit stuff. I got to keep up with my Warhammer stuff. I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to take care of my wife. I got to take care of my kids. I got to do all this stuff. And so those demands basically make it so I have to keep my brain sharp in order to function. Whereas I think that what happens with a lot of multi-millionaires and a lot of billionaires is once they reach that level of material success, they can just offload all of the responsibilities that typically keep you sharp, and you can offload it onto other people. And so I think that that's what happens. So for instance, like with Elon Musk, I'm sure he can talk about rockets. I'm sure he can talk about like drilling stuff. I'm sure he can talk about this, talk about that. However, I think he's been like self-treating with low doses of ketamine or something. He's been doing some drug to like help treat some kind of neurological disorder. I don't know. And I think that because he can offload family shit, he can offload having other kids, he can have any relationship with anybody he wants. If a relationship ever goes sour, he can just say, okay, well, I'll go be a billionaire over here. I think his brain is rotting inside his skull. TS Phantom says, Tom Bill Yu doesn't sound dumb, but it's just crazy to see him turn into a pretzel, intellectualizing the craziest things. That's a lot of the contrarian right, by the way. Necron says, I saw an Oldsmobile Aurora yesterday. It was kind of lame. No, they're talking about like, apparently the Aurora Borealis went as far south as Kentucky. So, yeah. Are you saying that millionaires delegate their brains away at a certain point? Yeah. Fashion 40 says, low doses. Bruh, he's been high on ketamine the entire time. All right, cool. All right. Let me pull up the content. Let's do some live and learn. I know, even though I'm just going to repeat my same talking point over and over and over again, it'll still be good content. I do like I do like it when Pisco and Hutch get spicy. I do like it when they get spicy. So I'll pull it up on Hutch. Let it go, Pisco. Yeah, I almost watched the entire thing. Let me go to videos. Where's the hour? Yeah, hour 14. That's the one that all right, I'm going to fast forward 10 minutes because I think they take a while to warm up. Fuck it. I'll fast forward 15 minutes. I see Pisco making a face, so I'll rewind 30 seconds. It'll be fun. Yeah, Rob with a W says the Aurora was visible here in Oklahoma. Yep. So apparently it reached super far south. I didn't see it down in Florida, which is unsurprising. I'm super far south, but also it's like 60 to 70 degrees midday with a light breeze. So we are having beautiful days down in Florida. You have a generic Elden Ring dragon boss in Kentucky? Smoking moon rocks. Why is my camera messing up? Why did that happen? I don't know why things happen. I'm just here, man. I'm just a dude. I'm just trying Just trying to do my best over here. Life is making it too interesting. All right, let me share screen. Let me put on some audio. Let's do an intro. And let's do some VOD review. And then we'll take it from there. Let me change the video quality. Let me go full screen. Let me make sure the audio is maxed out. Okay, we should be good. And then let me eliminate this. Let me make sure I have the right audio setting for the video. Audio should be, no. Wait. NVIDIA is working? Okay, good. NVIDIA is working. And then audio is going to my speakers. Okay, that should be good. All right. Yes. Okay. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. We got some lefty infighting for you today. It's going to be delicious. We got Pisco, we got Hutch, we got IRI, and the Soy Pill on Live and Learn fighting about the Democrats caving in reference to the government shutdown. It does get a little bit spicy. I will be pausing intermittently to break it down. Let's go.
I just want to say, even if you don't agree with like that, that it shouldn't be indefinite, I think that you should be willing to do it indefinitely. Just to be clear, that's where I stand. But even if you don't, we should at least have an agreement within the caucus of when that date is. So it's not like in the middle of Sunday night, right? In Sunday night, the dead of night, don't fucking do it. 8 to the specific amount of senators that you needed to get over the filibuster.
Why does this keep disappointing? Can you guys hear the stream when the screen is black? I'm not doing anything.
And all of them are hand selected. Couldn't you, if there has to be a date end, and I think it should be indefinite, agree on it? Couldn't we have done it in the way that it's not like this sneaky thing?
Wait, hold on. Before you jump in,
hand selected.
What is happening, bro? Keeps going black. Not that there's anything wrong with going black, but, you know, can we maintain visual for more than 15 seconds? I'm just going to wait a second and see if the screen goes black again. Okay, we should be okay.
We should get Soy Pill in here because let's get everybody's take and then we can do the free.
What is going on?
The point of the shutdown, if you weren't going to get any guarantees in the first place, I agree with IRI. I mean, this is optically good for the Democrats, but like, keep doing it, right? Like, this was hurting the Republicans. They were hemorrhaging support. Like, if Chuck Schumer was right about the fact that we need to do this when Trump is at an all-time low, then keep it.
Bro, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Dude, I'm going to leave the room and come right back. I'm not doing anything. I'll be right back. Okay, let me do another intro. That way, hope Danabo can cut it properly. So let me do this. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. We're going to be watching Live and Learn. They're infighting about the government shutdown being broken by Democrats. It got pretty spicy, so let's go ahead and take a look.
It up, because the longer this goes, the more people suffer, the more they're going to blame the people in power who are not allowing, you know, the Americans to have what most people want. And people like Newsom and I think other Democratic governors could do the thing where they're saying, look, we're going to utilize our National Guard, we're going to utilize our state's resources to alleviate the snap repercussions, because
this is the best point by Soy Pill. All right, now they might explain it a little bit better, but for those of you who don't know what's going on, the government shutdown was caused partially by the Democrats. It's because they needed a consensus in order to pass a continuing resolution with 60 votes in the Senate. I think that the Republicans are at 53, the Democrats are at 47. So they needed to convince 7 Democrats to pass the continuing resolution in order for the government to have a budget. Well, Democrats are pissed because what's happened is Donald Trump kicked 10 million people off of Medicaid. They raised the restrictions for like work requirements and disability requirements. Not only that, they've cut PEPFAR, cut USAID, and they were cutting the subsidies for the ACA, which means that working class and middle class medical bills are going up in January. Matter of fact, I got a letter saying that my medical bills were going from like $250 a month for a family of 4 to around $600. I do have other shopping options, but the coverage is garbage. Like the coverage is total garbage. So I will have health care, but the deductibles are insane. And so the reason why Pisco and IRI and Ryan, to a degree, I think, the reason why they wanted the Democrats to stay shut down is because the longer that the government was shut down, the longer that people were not getting SNAP benefits, the longer that people were, having cut medical cost or cut medical care, the worse Republicans looked. The Republicans were just already set up to take a shellacking in the midterms if the off-year election is anything to go by. However, what's going on that Hutch points out correctly, once again, I find myself siding with Hutch. Hutch is pointing out that what this means is that 40 million people are going to starve. 10% of the United States starving is super bad, in case you didn't know that. And what's going to happen is people do not take starvation lying down. What they do is they will go steal. They will go to Target. They will go to Walmart. They will ransack it. They'll do flash mobs. They'll rob people in the parking lot. They will do what's necessary in order to survive. But Pisco is arguing like, okay, well, we should have stayed shut down because even if there were riots, which they don't talk about, I don't think, even if there were murders, which I don't think they talk about, even if there was 10% of the United States starving, realistically, that's the Republicans' fault. So fuck it. That's what Pisco basically says, which I think is bananas. The best point that I've heard so far from Soy Pill is that the states could step in, where the National Guard could coordinate with the food pantries in order to alleviate the starvation of people within the country while the federal government continues to be shut down. That would take a level of coordination that I don't think the Democrats had, but I think it's an excellent point by Soy Pill. Continuing with the content.
We give a shit about these people, but we are not going to stop the shutdown because we need to have some sort of win, some sort of guarantee. And right now it looks like we didn't really get anything guaranteed. That upsets me a little bit. And like I said, I'm open to the idea that this could work out in the end. I was, skeptical of the Schumer idea in March and IRI and Hutch proved me wrong on that. So I'm happy there, but I don't know if this is going to hold out to midterms. I don't know if people are going to remember it as much. I hope it does, but I'm very skeptical of it. So
that's my worry.
You guys think it's going to depress turnout? IRI, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off before.
No, I want to say, Pisco, I was nodding along to what you're saying because I agree with you on most of that stuff, man. But here's the thing. It was always a lifeline to extend the ACA subsidies for Trump. This would have been a blessing for him. This is now going to be a liability, and they're going to get completely fucked over people's health insurance premiums going up. A lot of the people took advantage of these subsidies are in red states like Florida and Texas. And politically, it's a gift for the Democrats to not extend the subsidies. I care about my fellow Americans, so I wanted to see it get done, and I thought it was worth fighting for. But in the end, if it doesn't work out, it's a huge gift for the Democrats going to the midterms. And now we've positioned ourselves as the leaders fighting to bring down people's health insurance costs. So we will benefit politically tremendously.
But the thing is,
yeah, I still think the midterms are going to be quite good for Democrats if current momentum and current economic momentum is anything to indicate what's going on. Now, the problem with that is that people are suffering. That's the problem with Democrats getting good political momentum, but, it is what it is. When Edward Gregorian says, the new Epstein files are pretty interesting. We did talk about that a little bit earlier, just for the VOD viewers real quick. Jeffrey Epstein has an email from 2011 where he's talking to Ghislaine Maxwell. And he says, hey, have you noticed the dog who hasn't barked, Donald Trump? Basically saying that when it came out that Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile piece of shit and a pedophilic rapist, that Donald Trump was the one person who wasn't throwing him under the bus. And Ghislaine was like, oh, yeah, I noticed that. And they also mentioned in the same email, oh, Donald Trump was hanging out with this chick for hours. And so while it's not specifically contradictory against Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony that Donald Trump was a gentleman, she's a fucking pedophile. She's an ephebophilic rapist. She's an ephebophilic sex trafficker. Why would we take her word for anything when she is sweeping for the one guy who can give her a pardon? That email alludes to the suspicions that everybody had that she is sweeping for Trump, specifically hoping that Donald Trump will, one, get her, preferential treatment in the federal incarceral system, but two, maybe she'll get a pardon.
The reason why I don't take heart from that, IRI, and I think it's true, is that's priced in whether you fight or not, right? Like that, the fact that Democrats raised this issue, I agree, that's really good. And they did bring that, but the thing is, that's true regardless of the direction you take to keep fighting and having your bottom line that you said publicly. And again, you should never like publicly have a bottom line and then go back on it, because then you lose. That's one of the reasons why it's taco, right? Because Trump will set out a bottom line and no one really believes it, right? Like, and it's like whatever. So we have no credibility. But the thing that you're talking about, the benefits electorally, were going to happen whether or not we continued.
I disagree. If we didn't pick this fight, it wouldn't have happened. I just say I'll give
no. I mean, when I say continue, I mean after the shutdown fight, when we had this fight, right? The benefits to electorally of the strategy, right, are going to be priced in regardless of whether you take this vote, right? So if you,
but maybe we would have got what Ryan is saying. We would have got a commitment for the House or anything further. Any further advancement of extending the ACA subsidies would have benefited Trump and the Republicans if they actually got it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. For the record, I don't think that they would have ever actually voted for that. The only reason I think that it would have been nice to get a vote commitment in the House, I would have been comfortable. I guess I should clarify. I don't think that the Democrats should feel any obligation to vote to fund this government. If the Republicans want to continue governing like this, they can kill the filibuster and do it by themselves for all I care. I really don't think that it's the Democrats should feel an obligation. If Republicans want to offer some compromise, which is what the filibuster, which I don't really support in principle in the first place, is intended to do, then we can talk about it. And I would have been comfortable with funding the government if they had given a guaranteed vote in the Senate and a guaranteed vote in the House, because then at least we can get everyone on the record and then we can campaign on an actual vote. So that's why I'm disappointed with where they chose to have it now.
So once again, man, this is where I actually do not think that people are hearing themselves. They're just not thinking about the way the words, what their words imply. And so what's frustrating to me is I understand that from a tactical perspective, Pisco is correct. Okay, Pisco is correct. Whether you conceded this fight or not, the same things were going to happen. And what I mean by that is the midterms. Let's say that while the Republicans are in power, they will not concede any healthcare benefits to the American people to the point that they will let 10% of the population starve. That's the Republican position right now, is fuck you, sign the continuing resolution, or we will let 10% of the American population starve because we do not feel like negotiating on healthcare benefits. That's the Republican position. And Pisco is correctly pointing out that will have so much political backlash that the Republicans will get their dicks kicked in the midterms. That is a tactically astute, perfectly valid perspective. However, Pisco is not thinking with his human brain. He's thinking with his politics brain. He's thinking with his lawyer brain. He's thinking with his chess brain. What he's not thinking about is the fact that this potential electoral victory, this potential political victory will come at the cost of, for the next month, 10% of the United States will be not eating. That's what it costs. In order to stick your finger in the eye of the Republican Party this hard, 10% of the United States won't eat. And so what the representatives are getting is, yeah, sure, they're getting people like Pisco and they're getting people like IRI or Soy Pill saying the right thing to do is to force Republicans to hurt themselves electorally. But what they're also getting is they're probably getting thousands, tens of thousands of voicemails every single day saying, I can't feed my kids. What the fuck are you doing? You need to fix this now. Okay? So you understand that, like, it's not just me. It's not, and I think Hutch does this correctly, where he's like, you're volunteering other people to suffer. And Hutch points this out as like, none of us are going to be affected by this. Every single one of us is going to be able to eat a meal. Every single one of us is going to be able to pay our bills. Every single one of us is not going to have to go to work without pay for a month. Every single one of us is not going to go hungry. You're volunteering other people to suffer. And he's correct. I think Hutch is fundamentally correct. It's infinitely easier. It's infinitely easier to volunteer other people to suffer.
But I don't think the Republicans were ever actually going to vote to extend the subsidies.
Wait, put that back up on the screen. That was very triggering.
You know why I put it up there.
I mean, we can have differences of opinion about the strategy around the shutdown. That's fine. That doesn't trigger me at all. I understand why Pisco is upset. I disagree that it's tenable to, be prepared to have it play out indefinitely, but I understand where he's coming from. And I'm not even going to say that there's zero like political logic to that.
See, dude, Hutch is saying exactly what I'm saying. I understand it tactically.
But just to be absolutely clear, the Republicans are in control of the government right now. They control the executive branch. They control the legislative branch. The Democrats do not have the power.
Conservative liberalism says, it's funny hearing Cotter have a go at the left for not being sympathetic enough when he characterizes them as having empathy for rocks. I think that's true of most liberals. I think Pisco is thinking with his politics and chess and lawyer and lizard brain.
To extend these ACA tax credits. That power rests entirely with Republicans. And if they refuse to negotiate during a shutdown, that does not absolve them from being 1,000% responsible for these tax credits expiring. And if you're one of these guys that's going out here and making the case that the Democrats are responsible for this happening, you're doing free MAGA propaganda.
Well, Hutch, let me defend this chatter. They're not saying this is Democrats' fault. They're saying this doesn't feel like a win from the Democrats. I wish the Democrats did more. Not the Republicans are totally absolved of any and all blame for that. I don't think this is your Democrats.
No, but they're also like dismissing the value of raising awareness of an issue like this, which is to me kind of ridiculous.
I think that this is triggering me, Hutch. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I understand what you're saying, that there are some people who seem to think that like magically Democrats can do this, but
thanks, Abaddon. I appreciate you.
I think that you're not taking it at the strongest, that argument. That argument, I think, is based on force them to make an unpopular decision. You have them by the balls because there are three options. Option one, continue the shutdown, which they're being blamed for. Fucking winner for Democrats. Option number two, bend.
We should pause on that.
Bend on. I just wanted to get all the three options so people see it.
Okay,
one is continue the shutdown. Two is bend on the premiums and bend on the subsidies. Option number three, nuke the filibuster. Force your opponent to do one of those tough decisions. But we didn't do that. And so that's where the frustration I think comes from.
So for the latter two things
okay. I was letting it flow a little bit just because I didn't want to interrupt every 5 seconds, but Sin Petty has an interesting question. Is tomfoolery a good egg? I can never tell. All right. So tomfoolery, I have no personal beef with tomfoolery. I really don't. And as a matter of fact, Mantis and tomfoolery have actually been quite nice to me. However, tomfoolery was caught in several, not even really dramas. They were just like 3 or 4 things that were kind of like, he probably exaggerated the degree to which he was responsible for professional accomplishments in the marketing field. He probably exaggerated a business that he took part in for mobile detailing. He kind of said like, oh, I invented the entire industry of mobile detailing. Meanwhile, him and his friend just came up with like mobile car washes, and they did it for like a year, and his business partner quit on him very early. And then also he was just caught lying because he accidentally leaked nudes of one of his flirtatious girlfriends on the internet. He lied about that. And then allegedly, Queenman will say that this is 100% proven, but that tomfoolery was using Reddit alts to gas up his channel, and then when he was confronted about it, he lied about it. So that's where, for me, if you're willing to lie about small shit, I'm assuming you're willing to lie about big shit, and so I can't really trust you, regardless of whether or not you're making good arguments. If you lie, then it's kind of like, I could hang out with you, I could be friends with you, I could talk to you, whatever. But I'm going to take everything you say with a grain of salt. And so that's where, for me, like, Tom was a good debate opponent, or not debate opponent. He was a great debate ally last night. I felt like he was making strong, coherent arguments. But I'm also always waiting for those to not really I'm waiting for him to change his mind. You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting for him to say, nah, I don't really believe that anymore. Or I'm always waiting for some kind of fault in the argumentation. Because if you're willing to lie about small shit, then you're willing to lie about big shit. So that's my frustration with Tom. Still like him as a guy, though. Still like him personally.
That you said they gave no indication whatsoever that they were even slightly bending on getting rid of the filibuster or making concessions around the tax credits. So that leaves us with the first one that you said, which is just let them drag this government shutdown out for as long as
they're
possible.
being blamed for it.
I understand that. I understand that. But we should be specific about what that means, because it's true that the courts compelled Trump to pay out the SNAP benefits from the emergency funds. Those emergency funds that we have is $4 billion. It costs $8 billion every month to fund SNAP. So those funds are going to dry up in 2 weeks or in a month if he does like half payments. And at that point, we are talking about 41 million people who are 130% under the.
Then Patty responds, I never lie. I'm 8'7" with a 15-inch dick. Yeah.
Poverty level that rely on these benefits, literally rely on these benefits.
Necron says I'm smart. I'm hung like Einstein and I'm as smart as a horse. Yeah. Dude, that sounds like something my redneck family would say.
To survive. And I feel like it is an insanely privileged position for, I'm not going to, assume anybody's situation, but I think, like we're all probably like, okay, I don't like, are any of us going to lose benefits because of the shutdown?
What do we mean by benefits? Like unemployment and SNAP?
Anything are you going to lose any benefits because of the government shutdown?
100. Well, yeah, I mean, just
you need to survive.
No.
Okay. I feel like it's really easy for us to be like, Democrats should hold the line and fight.
That's not relevant, Hutch.
So, dude, and this is where I'll say that this is incredibly stupid, and they circled the wagons on this multiple times, so I'll just say it now. Pisco saying it's not relevant. Yeah, it is. Okay. It's 100% relevant. Whether or not other people starve besides you, it's like being in a room in World War I where you're like, hey, I believe in wave warfare. We should send hundreds of thousands of young men up and over in the trench into German machine gun fire, so eventually they run out of ammo so we can defeat the Germans. And then they're like, oh, that's cool. That's an interesting idea. Are you going to lead the charge yourself? And then the general's like, no, I'm too important. Yeah, if you're willing to volunteer someone else to suffer, whether or not you are willing to partake in any of the suffering is a relevant point. So, sorry, yes, volunteering other people to suffer is very easy. As a matter of fact, that's one of the key resentments of politics when it comes to working class people, is that oftentimes they are the people who are volunteered to suffer.
We specifically, as commentators, are in the class of people who's being helped. It's irrelevant to the actual argument. You're just making an argument.
Yes, it does, because it means that you might not have sufficient empathy for the people who will actually be affected by the tactics that you're advocating for. Advocating for 10% of the American population to not eat for a month because you want some vague political victory is 100% relevant if you are not a part of that class that's going to suffer. Because what you're doing, okay, what you're doing through this line of argumentation is you're volunteering Target, Walmart, CVS, every single chain throughout the United States, you're volunteering them to get ransacked. You're volunteering people to get beaten during food riots. You're volunteering families to starve. You're volunteering people to get murdered for basic necessities. So yes, I'm sorry. This line of argumentation from Hutch is perfectly valid.
Argument that like individuals who are privileged shouldn't be talking about this.
No.
And that's not what we're saying either. We're saying that it's easy for you to volunteer other people to suffer.
It's easy for you to make the case that these benefits should end when you're not relying on them to survive. That's my point.
It's easy for you to make the case when the premiums don't affect you because I don't know what the fuck. Like it's easy for you to make any case. Like what kind of argument is that? You're saying that like
if you don't
somehow. So if I were poor, so if I were really really poor and making this argument, what would you say? Assume that. Why are we?
I would assume that you would have the capacity to provide for yourself even if you were really poor. That's what I would assume. What I would assume is that while you were on government benefits, you didn't need those benefits in order to survive and you had a plan. There's plenty of people who are on government benefits who are disabled, physically disabled, intellectually disabled. There's plenty of people who are taking care of family members and they don't have a plan. So yeah, like if you were a poor person saying like, oh, I can get by without benefits, I'm assuming you have a plan to survive. And then not just that, Soy Pill's going to say some crazy shit in a minute. And I'm not going to lie. I'm going to kind of call bullshit on it.
Getting into this and the specifics of you as like individuals. Why is that relevant to the argument?
That's fine. But I'd be very curious to know what everybody who relies on these benefits, how they feel about the shutdown. That's what I want to know.
This is like classic identity politics garbage.
Let me jump in because okay, I know people that are on SNAP. I know people who work for the government who are being furloughed and actually they've been asked to come back to work without pay, so they're actually working for free right now. They're not even just getting put out of work and not getting paid. And these people are on board with, hey, yeah, this is hurting me, but ultimately I want this fight to win. Now I don't know what the consent.
Listen, I'm gonna call bullshit on this. All right. I need to talk to Soy Pill's friends who have been working for a month without pay, who are saying, I'm Gucci. Don't worry about it. Like I need to talk if he has like an air traffic controller friend, or if he has like a TSA friend, or if he has like a parks friend who hasn't been paid in a month, and they're like, yeah, Democrats, stick it to the Republicans. I love working without pay. Fight for those healthcare benefits. I need to talk to that guy because this sounds like, listen, I like Soy Pill just fine. This sounds like total horse shit to me. If I was a military member and I had to feed my family and I had to go to food pantries in order to get food, then I would be petitioning my congressman and I'd be like, hey, do whatever the fuck needs doing in order to get me cash. I got a cell phone bill. I got a mortgage to pay. I got, a car note to pay. I got shit to do. You need to get these paychecks flowing. So, and then same thing if I was a traffic controller or a TSA guy, I'd be like, hey man, you owe me a month's worth of work, a month's worth of pay. You haven't paid me in a month. My shit's starting to expire. The bank is starting to say, hey, you need to pay this shit. So yeah, sorry, Soy Pill. I need to meet your furloughed / employed without pay employees who are saying, oh yeah, I love the government shutdown. Keep going. I'm just calling bullshit. So who works for free? Laugh my ass off. Currently federal employees. Bob Smith says, has Pisco and Soy Pill taken a federal employer who haven't been paid? I know. Well, dude, that's what I'm saying. Soy Pill is saying not only does he have federal friends who are not getting paid right now, they want the shutdown to continue. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Conserve says, I think there are people who have disadvantage that prefer long-term stability. Yes. Gen X says, Connor, my friend, hasn't been paid. Is suicide. See, here we go. Gen X, Connor, my friend who hasn't been paid is suicidal. She has been sober for 5 years and is about to give it up and give up her kids. She is literally losing it over working without pay. Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying. Like, dude, you can't volunteering Gen X's friend to work for another month without pay where she can't feed her kids, where if she wants to go to a food pantry, she has to work 40 hours because she needs to keep her job. She still has to get her kids to the grandparents in order to get taken care of. she needs to go to a food pantry in order to get food, and waiting at the food pantry because 10% of the population is currently without food. Waiting at the food pantry is hours. So instead of cleaning your house, cooking your food, taking care of your kids, all that kind of shit, you're standing in a line for 3 hours in order to get canned food. Volunteering other people to do that is fucked up. Hutch is correct. Fuck out of here, man. And people are like, oh, Connor's arguing for the empathetic position. Yeah, I've been working class my entire life. You know, I've made less than 100K my entire life. So yeah, like I know what it's like to be 2 weeks late. I've probably been 2 weeks late on most of my bills for most of my life. I know what it's like to call the bank and say, hey, I know you just took out a payment that I owed you a day ago, but I need you to extend this out 2 weeks because I don't have the money to pay you. Like I need that to eat. I need that to pay my cell phone so my cell phone doesn't shut off. I know that feeling. So that's actually, believe it or not, being 2 weeks late within the working class is still a privileged class because I can still afford my bills. I can still pay my bills. I can still pay my bills 2 weeks late. I can afford to do payment arrangements and all that kind of crap. There are working class people who are just $200 behind every single month and they cannot get ahead and they're fudged. Okay? They're just fudged all the time and they just live fudged. That's just how they do it. And they go to a new cell phone carrier because they can't afford the bill for the old cell phone carrier. They go to a new car insurance carrier because they can't afford to cover the interruption in service from their old insurance carrier. And they just jump from business to business to business to business, and they pay their bills as they can. But realistically, they're always behind. And so to look at these people and just be like, yeah, you can't feed your family for a month. Lol, we need a political win. Yeah, that's like sociopathic shit, bro. It's sociopathic. Oh, Fashion says, I'm on Snap and I wish Dems didn't capitulate to the Republicans. I got a month worth of top ramen ready. Fashion 40, I'm just going to say, are you single? Do you have kids? You know what I'm saying? Necron says, the first time I went to a food pantry, I cried. Yeah. The first time I went to a payday loan place, I didn't cry, but I was embarrassed. I was hella embarrassed the first time that I went to a payday loan place because they don't just hand you like $500 and then charge you 100% interest. Okay. They charge you, what was it? For pulling out $500, I think my interest payment was like $60 or like 70 or $80. And for me, in order to keep the lights on, I had to pull out from a payday loan place. I had to go back for like probably 6 months. I could not afford, when I was in this financial stage in my life, I was so poor, I could not afford to pay off the payday loan for 6 months. I don't even know what the interest rate on that is. And I think you have to pay it every 2 weeks. So maybe it was 2 weeks, maybe it was monthly. I forget. It might have been monthly. But either way, the interest rate on paying $60 on $500 every month or every 2 weeks, I forget what it was. It's like an exorbitant interest rate. It's like 100% interest or some shit. I forget what it was. But the whole point of that's just what I had to do. I had to keep the lights on. I had to keep my cell phone on. I had to keep working. I had to do what I had to do. So volunteering the person within that position to suffer on your behalf, I think it's cringe. I think it's total cringe. AKA Badusai for 10 says, I feel like anyone who works for the government should have 3 months worth of money and bills saved up because there's at least 2 decades have had like 15 shutdowns. Tell me you haven't been enlisted military without telling me you haven't been enlisted military. All right. Anyways, let's get back into it. But, you know, let's just say Gen X, I am not happy that your friend is in that position, but I appreciate you sharing that story because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about sober moms with addiction issues who have gotten clean for their kids, working for their kids, and we're talking about them being destitute and incapable of taking care of their families and them giving up their children and going off the wagon. And that's not just happening to Gen X's one friend. That will happen to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people within the United States. So once again, I think there's a level of sociopathy here that Hutch is tapping into, that Pisco is just using his politics brain on.
Censuses. Obviously, people are going to get hurt. But I mean, yeah, it is easier to say if it doesn't hurt you directly. In the same way, like Hutch, we could, throw it back from last week and be like, well, Hutch, it's easy for you to say, I'll vote for a pro-segregationist Dem to stop a Republican because you're not black. Like, yeah, but that doesn't mean your analysis of the situation is any less valid. It just means it's easier for you, which is true, but it doesn't invalidate your opinion.
Yeah,
so
it's literally irrelevant.
It's mostly irrelevant, but the question is like the ultimate question.
It's irrelevant.
Well,
yeah. Kay says I'm literally about to do that with my cell phones, bro. It is what it is, and you know what? I'll tell you just from personal experience. Okay, my family, this is like an Irish ethnic thing. Okay, 2 generations ago, my great grandparents. Okay, 3 generations ago. My great grandfather was a typesetter for a local newspaper. I've said the Boston Globe in the past. I talked to my parents. It's not the Boston Globe. He didn't even work for the Boston Globe. He worked for some other shitter newspaper, and he was a typesetter. And he made barely enough in order to survive. Lived in an apartment in Southie Boston. Raised a family. Barely raised a family. My grandparents were a step above because they got to serve. So I think they got the GI Bill, and I think they got an education as a result of getting the GI Bill. My mother's father was a part of he was the son of a small business owner, so he was doing better, but he was alienated from his father. So he went to like a great college and he got a decent job. He was like a salesman for a while. But realistically, he didn't have the social support system that just made him middle class or upper middle class instantaneously. He didn't have that social support system. So my family's been a mix of middle class and working class our entire existence. And when you're working class, I just got to say that there is a humility, but there's also a frustration and an anger to surviving. But I also think that there's kind of like a quiet dignity that I'm not trying to romanticize. A lot of people feel ashamed when you're calling a financial institution in order to push off a payment. I don't feel any shame whatsoever. And the reason why I didn't feel any shame whatsoever when I was pushing off a payment is because I was like, you're a bank. You sit in air conditioning 8 hours a day. You shuffle paperwork. And because you're a bank, you probably get paid / the institution gets paid very, very, very well for doing administrative tasks. The people who actually make the world work, the agricultural workers, the people who pick fruit, the people who drive trucks, the people who do all this labor, they're the people who have to call in order to arrange their financial stuff in order to be able to survive. So you can lord from on high as someone who has savings, somebody who doesn't have to, schedule your payments, somebody who's never known a hungry day. You can lord from on high and kind of be a dick about people needing to orient their lives financially to survive. But I don't think those people know what it's like to be at the bottom. And that's not even the bottom. The bottom is homelessness. Homelessness and not being able to pay your bills at all is probably the bottom. The working class being 2 weeks late is almost the bottom. And frankly, those people work their asses off. So I don't think there's any shame in being working class and scrambling to survive. I don't think there's any shame whatsoever.
Mostly irrelevant, but I think.
Wait, what is the relevant? Wait. Sorry. What is the relevance?
We're about to get into that. What the relevant part is.
Fashion 40 says no kids, but I'm not single. Well, that's kind of my point. Is if you're only looking after yourself and you're capable of surviving off of ramen, all right. Now imagine feeding feeding kids ramen with no meat and no vegetables for 2 weeks. Imagine like you're looking at your 6-year-old, 8-year-old, 2-year-old, 4-year-old, and you're saying, hey, we're eating noodles and rice for the next month, and we're only going to eat what's necessary in order to survive because we have no other way of feeding ourselves. Imagine telling that to a 6-year-old. Imagine telling a 6-year-old they can't have any other kind of food except for noodles, rice, and beans for a month and they're not even going to have as much as they need. That hurts. That hurts. When you can't provide for your kids, that hurts your fucking soul.
Which is, Hutch, you are correct on this, is how much are we willing to let the American people hurt to get this win? Because if we go indefinitely, if we don't say what is the consensus we're reaching to, and we don't know how long it's going to take, will we just let the Republicans lose and lose and lose and lose?
More specifically, people that are not
starve. Yeah,
more specifically, other people. This is a conversation about how far are we willing to go in terms of allowing other people to suffer so that we get a political win.
Because you're thinking you're thinking in the short term. You're thinking, and this is why you'll always lose, and why Democrats who think this way will always lose. Is if all you're thinking about is the fight tomorrow, is about what you're like, then you're never going to, in the long term, be able to resist Trump or be able to resist the authoritarianism, because you're not playing the long game. You're not playing.
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about the cost. I'm thinking about the actual cost of what does it look like when 41 million poor people lose benefits that they rely on to survive.
So
I don't even think Hutch is being graphic enough.
The Republicans conditioned. If Republicans conditioned, this is a hypothetical, okay? If Republicans conditioned reopening the government on eliminating entirely Medicaid, would you vote for that?
Hold on, I'm a little distracted by chat. Ask that question again.
If Republicans, hypothetically, not real, hypothetically, conditioned reopening the government on eliminating Medicaid entirely, would you vote for that?
No.
But 41 million people will fucking starve, Hutch. How dare you? How dare you do this?
Hold on, I got to rewind this because I think this is probably sociopathic cope. Let me listen to this without reading the chat or reading chat for a second.
On eliminating Medicaid entirely, would you vote for that?
No.
But 41 million people will.
Sorry, I need a little bit more. My bad.
Republicans conditioned reopening the government on eliminating entirely Medicaid. Would you vote for that?
Hold on, I'm a little distracted by chat. Ask that question again.
If Republicans, hypothetically, not real, hypothetically, conditioned reopening the government on eliminating Medicaid entirely, would you vote for that?
No.
But 41 million people will fucking starve, Hutch. How dare you? How dare you do this?
You're talking about eliminating a program that millions of Americans rely on. So it's like,
we're kicking 17 million people off
Paul here. You know what I mean? That's not.
Yeah, this is once again, I'm with Hutch. Okay, so you're talking about eliminating the entirety of the Medicaid program versus what? 10 million people getting kicked off because they don't meet disability requirements and they don't meet this and they don't mean that. Yeah. Okay. Once again, of course there's a logical extreme where the Republicans are pushing for such a drastic slash to benefits that starvation is necessary in order to leverage the government into not cutting those benefits. I think like the complete dissolution of Medicaid or Medicare or something like that, I think that would be something extreme enough that you would just say, hey, we need riots. We need starving people to actually riot in the fucking street in order to prevent this policy disaster. But I don't think that this is it. And once again, it's not about whether or not there's never a case to riot. Of course, there's some cases to riot. The question is whether or not you're volunteering other people to suffer. And that's Hutch's point. I agree with Hutch.
Not what we're dealing with right now, though. Those aren't the two options. We're not getting rid of Medicaid.
The point is, everyone has a line. Everyone has a line that where they're going to say, yeah, I'm going to fund this government or I'm not going to fund this government, and where I'm going to vote for something or not.
And 8 Democrats broke that. We crossed their line because they were getting calls from tens of thousands of constituents who were saying, I'm on the verge of starvation. I can't feed my family.
You just said you had a line. And the question is,
of course.
Is this a justifiable line? And this is a line that Democrats should fall on. And I thought when we went into this fight, we picked this issue specifically because we thought that it was worth fighting and dying on that hill. If that wasn't our position with respect to this issue, we should not have taken this fight. If we did not assess at time equals 0 that this was the fight worth having and this was the issue worth fighting on, why fight on it?
I am sympathetic to that argument. The argument that, and this is Pacman's argument too, he was arguing the same thing. Like, if you're not, why did you even pick the fight in the first place? The reason I brought up before, I asked you guys, like, how many of you guys were made aware of the tax credits expiring, was it everybody on this panel? Like, I don't know. The same question for everybody's chat that's currently watching. How many of you guys learned about this issue because of this shutdown? There is value in that. You can make the argument that the shutdown was not worth increasing awareness and salience.
Kay says, listening to these guys say this stuff while they're making bank streaming. Listen, man, I'm a small bean. Okay. On average, I got like 100 to 150 viewers, depending on the topic. I'm a small bean. And yet I have Oilers. I got Patriarch. I got Grassroots. I got Christian Vlaris. I got K's donated before. Today we got Batusai. We got Fashion 40, doing some super chats. We got plenty of people who support the channel. And I'll tell you, I used to work way harder for way less money. And what I mean by that is when I was in high school, I worked at a car wash for around minimum wage. I think federal minimum wage was still like $7 in 2004. And I was probably working for $8. That's why when they do the talking point of like, oh, nobody actually works for minimum wage. Only 1% of workers actually work for minimum wage. Yeah, that's because like when you're a minimum wage worker, after 6 months, they bump you up 50 cents. Thanks. Like that talking point is so fucking stupid to me. Anyway, so I was working for like $7 to $8 an hour in 2004. And what I was doing was I was washing cars. So I was in the Florida summer heat, and there were two stations realistically. The vacuum station where we vacuumed out the cars, and that one was covered. No air conditioning, but it was covered. And you could let the air conditioning from the cars blast you in the face. And then the other location that you could work in that sucked was when the cars come out of the wash, you do the tire detailing. And so you basically take like a clean tiring, like a cleaning tire compound, and you wipe the exteriors of the tires, and then you wipe the rims. So the rims look nice and shiny and clean, and the tires look like glossy and pretty. And so in Florida, it's 95 degrees out, 92 degrees out, 93 degrees out. But we also have 300% humidity, and the oil gets onto the ground and it reflects the sunlight. So it might be 93 degrees out. The pavement is probably like 110, 120. You're burning your hands. You're burning your knee. You're burning your butt if you sit on the ground. And I used to just crawl around cars for hours and hours and hours and hours, just cleaning tires and cleaning rims for $8 an hour. And that was my summer job. And I think I did that probably 2 years. And then not just that, I was also a cashier. So I went out and got grocery carts for hours and hours and hours and hours because none of the girls wanted to do it. None of the disabled guys wanted to do it. So they're like, hey, straight white guy, this is the opposite of DEI. Straight able-bodied white guy, go get the carts. And so I just spent hours just getting shopping carts in 90-degree summer heat at Albertsons before Publix bought it out. I'm trying to think of what other shit job I had. That was a shit job. I wasn't even a cashier. I was a bag boy. So being a bag boy / grocery cart getter, that sucked. Doing the car wash, that sucked. And then kitchen crew. I also worked kitchen crew. I was a dishwasher for $8 an hour at Mel Mushroom Pizzeria. And, for $8 or $9 an hour, I just sat in the back. Luckily, it was air conditioned. It was air conditioned, but I still had steam, shooting in my face all the time. I still had to scrape off. I actually like dishwashing. I'm not going to lie. Because you could listen to music. So I was like blasting the supervillains. I was blasting ska music. I was blasting pop punk CDs because I was burning CDs. I would burn CDs, throw it in the CD player. I would listen to pop punk and ska music and all that stuff. And I would get ripped. I would get stoned. And then I would just scrub dishes for hours at a time. But, after a 6-hour shift, 8-hour shift of scrubbing dishes for 8 hours, $8 an hour, you're sweaty, you smell like shit. And when you clean the traps, what you have to do, because there's traps that trap all the food, you have to reach in with a gloved hand, but that glove is thin as shit. So you feel the texture of accumulated wet food on your fingertips, and you reach into the trap and you scoop out wet food. That always made me wanted to puke. That always made me want to puke. And you're doing that for $8 an hour, 40 to 60 hours a week, you know? And so to this job, streaming, talking shit to an audience of 100 to 150 people, and I'm basically making more than $20 to $30 an hour talking shit. This is a dream job. This is a dream come true. This is amazing. This is fantastic. And I can't thank you guys enough for watching the content and super chat. I can't thank you enough. This is the best job I've ever had. But this is again where I get pissed. I get pissed at people like Pisco. Pisco could have had working class jobs when he's growing up. Maybe he legitimately believes that this is the correct course of action. But I don't put it past Pisco having his empathy brain and having his lawyer brain. I don't put it past him to thinking that this is the correct course of action. But when I think about volunteering other people to work as hard as I worked for no money, that turns my guts. When I think about people who work those kinds of jobs getting fired or dismissed or furloughed or hours cut, and then on top of all of that, being told that the food pantry line is hours long, and Democrats just going, oh, well, that's what we got to do in order to win. And those Democrats are not the people who are going to miss meals. Those are not the those Democrats who are volunteering us for this course of action are not the people who are going to miss meals. They're not the people who are going to miss work. They're not the people who are going to miss paychecks. Yeah, you're goddamn right. There's some resentment there. There's some anger and some resentment there. 100%.
But there is value to that.
Okay, but then take the deal after a week. This deal was available, or like in the first week. Who was going to give this deal over?
I'm sympathetic.
Or at least when you argument too. Okay, so yes. Like the thing is, and once those premiums comes out, you can start fucking doing your media shit on it. Then take the deal in the first week. And why? It almost justifies.
Because they were hoping that Republicans were going to break. This is another thing that I don't understand. Republicans should have broken. Okay? Republicans should have broken. They should have looked at 10% of America starving and they should have been like, damn, maybe we could give a couple of healthcare concessions. Maybe we could. That's what should have happened if Republicans were human. But Republicans are even more inhuman than the liberals who went down this game of chicken.
Some of the Republican talking points are like,
I thought I saw grassroots in the chat, but the chat moved so fast that I wasn't able to see it.
They're letting this, like, if you're not willing to die for it, then it undermines your entire position staking this out.
You're not dying. You're not dying for it.
Dude, this is the part that I love the most. Hutch says, you're not dying for it. It's the Lord Farquaad meme, man. It's a Lord Farquaad meme. It's some of you may die, but that is a price I'm willing to pay. I thought that was the funniest fucking thing. Dude, Hutch points this out several times.
You're sacrificing 41 million poor people. That's not you dying. That's other people dying.
Yeah, but
true.
Also,
so wait, I just want to. So we're going to deal with this relevance point, okay? Hutch, is it relevant?
What the dynamic?
Okay, you don't want to answer. You don't want to answer this question because keep going. So this is what Hutch is doing right now. Hutch is basically saying, instead of actually arguing the merits of should we do this or what the import of it, Pisco lives in New York City. Pisco is not poor, and so Pisco is elitist, and Pisco is entitled, and so you shouldn't listen to Pisco because Pisco's not the one fucking dying on the street. That's what you're trying to do right now, and that's why I'm taking it so aggressively.
I don't.
KTC says, as a poor who works with homeless people, we are already suffering and struggling. Ending the shutdown made the extra struggling meaningless. Shake my head. Okay, now imagine you're already saying that you work with the homeless, and by the way, to some degree, I have as well. So now imagine, because they did partial payments for SNAP in November, now imagine 10% of the working class not having food on top of what you deal with already. Sorry, man. That's going to be people getting beaten. That's going to be people getting killed. That's going to be grocery stores getting raided. That's going to be riots. That's going to be Target. That's going to be Walmart. That's going to be CVS getting looted. Sorry. If you want to volunteer other people to get murdered, good for you, but that doesn't work for me.
Then wait, what is the relevance other than that to what you're saying?
There is a very real cost. We need to get away from the abstract and talk about the very real cost. And nobody's talking.
Yeah. So AKA Batusai, I know that we don't see eye to eye on everything, but this is something that frustrates me because Republicans say this shit in reference to minimum wage all the time. So somebody will say, minimum wage has been stuck at $7.25 since 2009 or something. That I don't know when minimum wage was minimum wage, but the Republican response will be, oh, well, only 3% of the population works for minimum wage. I don't know what the stat is, but it's an absurdly low stat. Well, is 642 in your case? So you went from 515 to 642. You technically weren't working for minimum wage. But tell me, did that dollar really make that big of a difference? Now it does, because every dollar counts. Every cent counts, right? But when you went from 515 to 642, were you like, oh man, I'm rich. I got it now, boys. I got an extra dollar. I got an extra $1.30, an extra $1.27 an hour. Man, $1.27 an hour. I'm on easy street. Like, no person who starts a job that starts at minimum wage is really, satisfied once they get a $1 an hour raise. Oh, geez. All right. Sorry. Anyways.
Talking about that, of all the people that are enraged on social media, I don't see anybody talking about what would have happened if this would have prolonged and then 41 million people just went from
Bernie Sanders. So Bernie Sanders isn't internalizing the cost. So wait. Bernie Sanders is doing that. Gavin Newsom is doing that. J.B. Pritzker is doing that. Hakeem Jeffries is doing that, and Chuck Schumer are doing that. Is that right? You think they're not internalizing the cost?
Isn't this an appeal?
They don't care about, because they're rich, right?
Policy?
No,
wait. You're making the argument. So I'm associating myself with all the base Democrats who are saying cowardice, bending the knee, and even Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer in their official position.
But you're not engaging in what I just said.
What am I not engaging with?
Because you're saying, oh, it's right because a bunch of people think it's right. I'm telling you, like, okay, if we have a discussion about whether or not we should do it,
dude, no. What you're saying,
yeah. Last Unicorn says, things I learned, Connor listened to ska. Dude. Grassroots Chetchabon says, hey, fellow dishwasher, alumnus base. Yeah, man. Dishwashing for $8 an hour when you're 17 and you're ripped out of your skull is awesome. Oh, no views 4 minutes ago. Guys, go watch Counterpoint Star Wars. Got a Phantom Menace breakdown. I'm going to give myself a full view on that one. But anyways, what was I going to do? I was going to pull up the Pit supervillains. So the supervillains are from St. Cloud, and St. Cloud is about an hour south of me in Orlando, and they combined perfect. In my opinion, this might sound like total trash to you. You either love ska or you hate ska. There's no in between. It either hits your ear right or it doesn't. And what ska is, for those of you who don't know, it's reggae sped up. So it has like a bunch of brass. It does have guitar. It does have like a whole bunch of instruments that are not like, I think Smalley, the guy from this band, I think he plays a trombone. So anyways, it's got brass mixed with rock. This song, if you are ripped out of your skull and you are 17, this is like a borderline spiritual experience. So I'm gonna play it real quick at the risk of getting copyright struck. All right, I'll leave it there. But effectively, you either hated that or you loved that. And if you're like 17 and you're ripped out of your skull and you're like blazing through dishes for $8 an hour, and you're like scrubbing this and scrubbing that and running stuff up to the front and, talking shit with your friends and all that kind of stuff. Like, the supervillains were fucking awesome. So yeah. Ved Sunil says, I just got a new job. It'll bump me from 20 to 28 an hour. I get Mondays and Fridays remote. # blessed. Well, bless you, Ved Sunil. I'm excited for you, buddy.
But you're saying,
wait. So Hutch, you said, going wrong. Did you say people are not talking about the cost of what will be affected if we continue the shutdown, correct?
Yeah, I don't think people.
Grip says, why isn't the resentment at the Republicans? Because they're evil. Republicans don't give a shit. Dude, a Republican representative will just go, skill issue, get a job, loser. That's the Republican response. Nobody expects the Republicans to be humanitarians. They'll say, oh, go to your church, find Jesus. That's their response to people starving. So, go to a church, find Jesus, become a part of your community, stop doing drugs, get a job, you fucking loser. That's a Republican response. So what Pisco is correct on tactically is that because the Republicans are in power, they will be blamed for it. Okay. But from an analogy standpoint, okay, let's say that I could walk up to an innocent person on the street and I could shoot them in the head, and then the Republican Party gets blamed. And I could actually walk down the street and just shoot like 10 people in the head. And every time I shoot somebody in the head, the Republican Party gets blamed. And so their politics become worse because I'm doing something bad. Well, obviously, like, okay, it's cool that my political opponents are taking a hit, but I'm also doing something terrible. Like I don't think these perspectives are contradictory.
People are talking about it enough.
Okay.
Like some people are mentioning it in the abstract.
The leaders of this shutdown who voted no to
Sabian says, so basically the Republican Party can hold poor people hostage and Democrats have no choice but surrender? Kind of. Beck says, 1,000,000%. It's a lot easier to inflict the pain when you're not the one who's going to feel the effects. Yeah. Yeah. Grip says Republicans are causing the pain food so they can cause more pain healthcare. Yeah. Yeah, it is a hostage situation. The question is whether or not you care about the hostage, because the hostage taker doesn't care about the hostage.
To end the shutdown are saying, we understand the consequences. People like Gavin Newsom and Pritzker and Schumer, especially Newsom, to my knowledge, is like, I'm going to personally alleviate those things because I think it's worth helping these people using resources that we shouldn't have to continue this fight. Right, Pisco?
Yes, essentially that this accusation of privilege, which is what Hutch is doing. Like right now, it is
yes
clear. He's saying, Pisco, you don't understand the cost because you're not in the streets and you're not homeless. That's what Hutch is doing right now to me. And I'm saying, hang on a second, sorry, my headphones. If it's the case that the leaders of this movement are also, not on the streets, but they have the same position I do, would you make that same accusation to Gavin Newsom? Would you make that same accusation?
Doobie, what? What? They're not going to starve to death, but food pantry lines. Food banks see long lines amid mixed messaging over SNAP funding. Yeah.
A food crisis.
This morning marks the 7th day since SNAP funding was cut off due to the government shutdown, and some food pantries across the nation say they're straining to meet the skyrocketing demand.
Our shelves are pretty bare, and we're getting a little nervous.
More than likely, we will not have any produce to serve all the families that visit tomorrow.
The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, serves 1 in 8 Americans, nearly 42 million people. It's the largest food assistance program in the country.
Come on.
And for every 1 meal provided by a food bank, SNAP provides 9 more.
So now if we're the only food source for people, I just don't know how these kids and elderly and disabled, I don't know what they can do.
My link card was canceled, don't have any food, and it's kind of scary.
For many SNAP recipients, these food banks are the last resort resource to get food on the table. Christine Lehner of Ohio says she's been skipping meals to help feed her 4 children.
For the last 3 days, I have not eaten anything, to make sure they were fed. I'd rather starve, rather see them go hungry.
Tens of thousands of food pantries and community kitchens around the country.
Bro, so Doobie, I agree with you that the chances of that woman starving to death is low. That's low. Like the community will probably have some level of stopgap. But sorry, I'm not volunteering somebody else's kids to skip meals. Not going to happen. You guys can take your lizard brain bullshit and stick it up your butts. Stick it up your butts.
Accusation to Hakeem Jeffries. Would you make that same accusation?
It depends on what their position is. If their position is keep it going indefinitely, then yeah, I would say to every single one of those people, like, I don't know if it makes sense to fight for, you know, what are we talking about? We're talking about like lowering healthcare for low to
patriarchs with Doobie.
Low middle income earners. And in that fight, we are willing to, you know, strip benefits away from low income people.
So the dividing line, the dividing line between elitists out of touch, not understanding the cost, is my proposition that it be indefinite, even though you have no reason to think that Gavin Newsom or Pritzker had a different position and where they did not signal that they had an end date, because of course you wouldn't signal that if you were in a negotiation like this.
Right.
But how much that makes me.
I see, Uncle Fatty. Sorry, this is like a boomer talking point. Okay. No offense. Progressive tax rate brackets. So, if you get less than 11 grand, then you are getting taxed at 10. I don't even know if this is the correct table, but let's just work with it, okay? 10%, okay? You get hit at 11K to 44K, you get hit at 12%. Now here, you might be right, where if you're at 10K, but not over 22. Oh, this is married, this is single. So let's say you're single. And let's say that you make from 11K and you go up to 12K. Okay, what you're saying might be true. All right. But realistically, it's still going to be way better to break into the next tax bracket than it's going to be stagnant. And having the opportunity for like overtime and all that kind of shit, there's almost never going to be, unless you move from 11,000 to $11,001, like it will almost always be beneficial to move up into the next tax bracket. So that's where I don't like it, where people making under 100K, I suppose, because look at this, 12 to from 44 to, that's high, man. That is high. What? Federal income tax rate 2025 brackets. Single at 22% for making more than 40 grand. That's fucking crazy. 22% for making more than 50 grand. Bruh. I'm a libertarian again. That is way too high. The government is taking almost a quarter of your paycheck if you're single and you're making more than 50 grand. That is fucking crazy. Now, of course, this is like a progressive tax rate where like the first 50 grand gets taxed at the lower rate. But the fact that they're hitting people who make 50 grand at almost a quarter between 50 and 100K, you know what? Fuck it. Elon Musk was right. Let's slash the federal government. My bad. Cut USAID. I'm done. Like 22%. Fuck that. Oh, man. You know what? It's because I got married. That's what happened. That's why I'm so privileged. I'm privileged because I am married. And I think I've only broken 100 grand like 2 or 3 times, probably twice. So what happened was I was making 100 grand and I was able to pay for my family and we had a good life. And so I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'm only paying 12% on my shit up to 100 grand. And, after 100 grand, everything's Gucci. So if they take 22%, I don't really give a shit. That's kind of my attitude as a married person. But as a single person, if I was making $50,000 and every one of my raises past that was getting hit at 22%, fuck that. Like, dude, I would do I would do a contract marriage just to avoid the tax penalty. Dude, is Steven getting married to Melina largely for tax purposes? Yeah, I support that. Like I support tax fraud via marriage. This is crazy. No wonder why Lactoid is so angry, because he's a lawyer, right? And I think he makes okay money. I think he makes more than 100K. So if he was making more than 100K, then he's getting hit at 24% for every dollar he makes more than 100K. And if he makes more than 190, he gets hit at 32. Dude, no wonder why he's a libertarian. Jesus Christ. Damn, man. Damn. There's this scene from Malcolm in the Middle. And Malcolm in the Middle basically says it's Lois talking to Malcolm about his minimum wage job. And Malcolm's like, this isn't fair. Like, I'm smarter. I'm better than this. And Lois is like, oh, number one, welcome to the real world. Number two, every job is going to pay you exactly the same. And Malcolm's like, what? And she's like, yeah, they're going to pay you not what you're worth, but just enough to keep you around. And I was like, oh. I was like, oh, my feelings. That quote from Malcolm in the Middle of every job will pay you exactly the same, not what you're worth, but just enough to keep you around. That quote hurt me. It hurt me spiritually. But anyways, if you're a single person and you make good money and you're a libertarian, I understand. I understand now. I understand.
Out of touch, but not them out of touch.
You're getting so hung up on the out of touch thing.
Oh,
bro.
no. You brought it up. You brought it up, and hang on a second. So the relevance of that point of you're not poor, you're not the one starving. Tell me what the relevance of that is. It's basically saying you're out of touch and you're not internalizing the cost of the shutdown.
Because it's easier to offer up other people to have to make a sacrifice like this. That's my point.
But wait, why is that point relevant to whether or not what we should do? That it's easier. Yeah, I grant it. It's easier to offer up other people's suffering.
Okay.
That's true of everybody. Okay. But I'm sorry. What is the relevance of that point? It's not relevant.
Because it informs the larger discussion that's happening right now.
In what way? How does it make it more or less likely?
I am making the point that I think people should be talking more about the specific costs. That's what I'm saying.
You're making a point that the reason you're not talking about the government shutdown cost to me, the reason you're not doing that is because you're not on the streets. Isn't that what you're doing?
What's hilarious? Sorry, this is actually an interesting point. What's hilarious to me is you saw Israel's 2 to 3 month blockade of Gaza, and we're still saying no famine, no starvation, etc. But we missed food stamps for a month, and suddenly we're worried about mass starvation. Yeah, it's because we're not a country at war, Doobie. I don't think there's. You can say that there's like some hypocrisy, and I don't think there is at all. So Gaza was a country at war that was under the thumb of an infinitely more powerful military. And the Israelis were saying, okay, there is a blockade, but we're just checking for weapons. The Gazans are still getting fed. Don't worry about it. And then the Gazans were saying, we're on the verge of death. And there's plenty of people who have died, blah, 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 blah. And then the casualty stats stayed the same for this 2 to 3 month period. It was like 60,000 bumped up to 70,000 direct deaths as a result of conflict. And then all we ever had for indirect deaths due to disease, starvation, whatever, we've only ever had the 200,000 projection. We've never gotten any kind of update. We're not a country at war. There's no reason why American families, if 1 in 8 Americans is reliant on SNAP in order to eat a nutritious meal frequently, 2 times a day, 3 times a day, we're not at war. If we were at war with China and China had invaded and blockaded the United States and the SNAP program got cut, then my attitude would totally change. I would say, hey guys, it's time to tighten up those belts. Maybe you're not getting Mickey D's this week. Maybe, maybe you're on the rice and beans diet for the next 60 days. And if you lose 20 or 30 pounds, look at it as a blessing. But the United States is not at war with an opponent that is more powerful than it, getting subsistence food to its population. That's not the current status of the United States. So actually, don't like this point from you. But you have endless grace in my chat for helping out King Solidus, so feel free to talk shit.
Bro, this is like 20 minutes of litigating your hurt feelings. Can we let some other...
right.
True, get some.
Wait, Ryan Petty
my
is
God.
the most neutral person. He's literally in the middle of all of us right now. Ryan, what are your thoughts on this?
I am. So
Sorry, real quick. This is important. Christian Blair says, I'll react if you admit that the lightsaber wielding Yoda fighting Count Dooku is based. It's not.
I think Hutch is making an important point about there is a human cost to this. I mean, people will hurt the longer this goes on. At the same time, that's politics. To an extent, that's politics. People, and I want to be really careful about where we're putting the agency here, because to the extent that people are hurt by the shutdown, the Republicans could end it tomorrow. Their ideological commitment to the filibuster does not absolve them of responsibility for the fact that they control the government. I mean, in my opinion, I think that that's the case. So is there a point at which Democrats should say, like, no, your inability to run the government is hurting too much. We have to, reopen the government. Probably so. I don't know what that point is. The official position of the Democratic Party should be that will continue indefinitely.
And let me add to that.
That should be the public position. Otherwise, the Republicans will just hold starving people as a hostage every time.
Right. That's kind of my take on this, Hutch, is like, yes, I understand this. There's a human cost to this, but like with the agency of who are the people fighting not to pay SNAP? It's not Democrats because they're continuing the shutdown. It's the guy going to the Supreme Court and saying, make me not have to pay SNAP.
I understand
right?
that.
And I know you're not, I'm preaching the choir here, but my point is, this almost feels like the inverse of the Democrat blame graph, where it's like, why are we saying that, well, this is a human cost that the Democrats are imposing, and not, hey, we can continue to blame this on Republicans and they should have this held at their feet.
That's not my position.
Well,
just to be clear.
Well, sure. Okay.
I put the blame mostly on the Trump administration, but to the extent that Democrats have the power to make sure that 41 million people don't lose these benefits. And it's not just SNAP, by the way. There's also WIC for like single moms. There's also, we give out assistance to millions of people to pay their rent each month. We give out assistance to people to pay their energy bills each month. You also have like federal workers that are furloughed. I mean, this is so much bigger than just SNAP. Like if
so why would you vote no, Hutch? That's pretty privileged of you to vote. Wait, so I understand that you're not taking. Wait. I understand. Wait.
Okay, Doobie, I think you're hearing a little bit of what you want to hear here. Okay, so Doobie is saying that Hutch saying that you're not the one dying. Okay, I don't think Hutch thinks that they're literally going to die. Okay, Pisco said if you're not going to be ready to die for your bluff, then don't bluff. And there's probably some truth to that. But when you're playing a game of political chicken and the pieces that you're playing with are starving constituents, or let's just call them hungry for Doobie's sense of accuracy. When it's hungry constituents, that's a difficult game of chicken to play. And so Pisco saying, if you're not ready to die for this game of chicken, don't play the game of chicken. What Hutch correctly pointed out is that Pisco is not the one dying. This is correct. Patriarch saying, I'm sorry, this is R-slurred, boo-hoo. I have to stand in line to get free food. Oh, God, you're killing me, Patriarch. You're killing me. You're killing me. So all right, again, I'm going to bust out my working class bona fides, but I'll keep it short. When you're working for $8 an hour or $10 an hour, if you work 40 to 60 hours a week in order to make ends meet, the only thing you want to do after an 8 to 10 hour shift is go home and collapse. That's the only thing you want to do. So if you are working, again, 40 to 60 hours a week for $8 to $10 an hour, and then you're told, hey, you don't have food at home, you got kids to feed, and if you want those kids to be fed, you have to go wait in line for 2 to 3 hours. You'll do it, but you're going to want to kill yourself the entire time. So volunteering 40 million Americans to want to kill themselves, I think is fucked up. But again, you're the libertarian, so let's just say I'm unsurprised.
I understand that you're not taking the position that you would do it
I'm
indefinitely.
sorry. I'm really sorry.
Wait a second. So I understand you're not taking. Wait. I just want to make my point. So I understand you're taking. I understand that you're saying that.
He's sorry, Pisco.
Indefinitely. Wait, I want to finish the point.
Did you hear him say he's sorry? Yes or no?
I did hear it. Yes, I did hear it.
Take it back.
So
I'm sorry.
Isn't it the case that if you were to vote no now, that's a privileged position because even if it were for 2 or 3 weeks, you're not the one actually suffering, not having those benefits, right?
Well, you lost me. I don't understand the question.
Isn't that privileged? You're not actually internalizing the costs since you said, right?
I'm sorry. I'm a hypocrite. I'm sorry.
Good point.
Can I, Pisco, I want to call you out on something. You
Why do we take Doobie seriously again? Because he gave $1,000 to King Solidus for his GoFundMe because of his fucked up shoulder. Doobie, I'm sorry, Sunil. Doobie has grace in this chat.
did something very dangerous, in my opinion. You said these guys were handpicked to be the guys who vote no. So you're implying that Chuck Schumer is not sincere, Hakeem Jeffries isn't sincere, that the entire Democratic Party, you're saying the entire Democratic Party is in on this no vote.
No.
So then what are you talking about when you say they were handpicked?
Exactly. Okay. So Doobie says, you won't volunteer the kids to skip meals, but you'll volunteer them to go without life-saving health care because they can't afford the deductibles or medication or end up on a shitty plan. Yeah, maybe I'm speaking from a position of privilege, okay? I have a shitty healthcare plan. It's right now it's $260. It does cover my entire family. And then I think next year it's going to go up to $600. But I did get an email from an insurance guy who said that he can get me shitty plans for around $400. So I'm going to have to take a look at the plans, talk with the wife, and then take it from there. But I'm just going to tell you, man. I'm just going to tell you, as somebody who has relatively healthy for my age, I think I'll probably keel over from a heart attack from stress eventually. But from a relatively healthy person's perspective, if we had to go to the hospital, and there's just as an example, one of my sons had RSV. When he was very young, which is a respiratory illness that can kill kids. And it was scary. And he got taken to the hospital. Well, what ended up happening was, I don't know, after $10,000 worth of care or $8,000 worth of care, and I think it was $2,000 for individuals, $8,000 for the family. So I think technically our bill was $2,000. I haven't paid that. I'll just be real. I haven't paid that. And the reason why I haven't paid that is because while you guys are incredibly generous, and I do appreciate how much you do for this channel, and while my previous job, I was probably making, I don't know, 50, 60, and I actually did take a pay cut to go to my job where I was making 50 or 60K a year. I don't have $2,000 lying around. I don't expect to have $2,000 lying around at any point in the near future. I just don't. If I ever get there, then I'll call back the insurance company and I'll pay, or not the insurance company, I'll call back the hospital and I'll give them $2,000, but I don't expect to have an extra $2,000. So in prioritizing paying off a hospital bill, where let's say that the entire thing cost, I don't know, $50,000 or $80,000, where the hospital got paid out, let's say it cost $50,000. They got paid $48K by the insurance company, but they're hitting me up for $2,000. You can eat a dick. I'm just going to be real. And that's the way that most working class folks or lower middle class people do it. They go to the ER when they need to, and insurance pays what it pays. But besides that, everybody can eat a dick. And same thing with like a serious visit, like a car accident or an infection. Insurance pays what it pays, but you can eat a dick. If I have to make a choice between eating food and keeping my cell phone on, or paying you a down payment on a medical bill, then I'm going to pay for my cell phone. I'm going to pay for my internet. I'm going to pay for my food. Like it's fucking crazy that how much money we put into the system. And yeah, we do get a lot out of it. I'm not trying to say that, like, you know, American medical technology is incredible, but I don't know, man. There's just this thing where libertarians, no offense, you guys go hard at life. Okay. You guys go super hard at life. You micromanage every bill, you micromanage every budget, You micromanage every single aspect of your life. And oftentimes you guys will achieve great success as a result of micromanaging every detail of your life. I'm just going to tell you, most people don't do that shit. So just because you made it, just because you survived, just because you found your niche, just because you succeeded, you can say skill issue all you want. You're still going to get taxed at a higher rate. So sorry. Sorry, Patriarch. Sorry, Doobie. This is where we part ways ideologically.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you exactly what I mean. Tim Kaine said that there were more senators. Ryan Getty just agreed that there's definitely more senators among the caucus who didn't vote this way, even though they agreed with that position. And Tim Kaine confirmed that there were people behind the scenes saying, we're glad that what you're doing. And so therefore, given the fact that there are significantly more, at least, and Tim Kaine was suggesting more senators who agreed with this position, and only the exact amount of people. What do you mean they're bullshitting? You think Tim Kaine's lying then?
He could have been bullshitting.
Is Tim Kaine? Do you think Tim Kaine is lying?
I have no idea. I have no idea what he's saying. There could have been people behind the scenes that were almost there, that weren't there.
Listen, I'm catching up with my single people should be libertarians take. Sorry, guys. I was really dismissive of libertarians. I'm really dismissive of Lactoid. I think whenever we've talked about like taxation, I was like, oh, boo-hoo. I'm single. I make 200 grand. Oh, I got a gold-plated jet ski. Boo fucking who. Like, I think that was my attitude, which is really funny. But I think in retrospect, if I was single and if I was making 200 grand a year and I was getting taxed at 24%, I do think I'd be upset. I'd be like, boo-hoo, I can't afford a second gold-plated jet ski. I think I'd be really pissed. I think I'd be so mad. Oh, if I was Lactoid, I would be so mad. Imagine thinking that all taxation is theft and then getting taxed at 24%. I'm sorry for laughing, but I would be really angry. Sorry. I'm sorry for laughing. Fuck.
They were still no's.
Okay, I'm assuming Tim Kaine is telling the truth.
That like only 2 of the 8 are up for election.
An unreasonable man says, I paid $240K in taxes last year for a family of 4 counterpoints. Well, then I'm going to say you can afford a super chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for laughing. But you can afford a $20 super chat. Oh, shit. I'm such a dick. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm reliant on my Oilers. Oilers, please. Please, have mercy. Have mercy. Okay. All right. This is how I imagine every libertarian making 200 grand and getting taxed at $200,000. They're so angry and they're so sad, but they're also wiping their tears away with expendable income. Okay, it's not fair. Okay, it's not fair. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm split, man. I'm split between the liberal and libertarian camp. I'm sorry for laughing so hard. You guys probably aren't even tracking what I'm saying. This is probably just like a manic breakdown that you don't even understand. Let me explain it real quick. So, as an individual, I was able to survive off of 30 grand a year. I understand that costs have gone up. It's probably, if I wanted to live the lifestyle that I lived in the middle thousands with a roommate, going out drinking with friends, all that kind of stuff, I would probably need to make like, I don't know, 30,000, 35,000 in the current economy. And I would have to have roommates and this, that, the other. And it would not be a glamorous lifestyle. So if you're making $100,000 as an individual and you're getting hit at 24% in between 50,000 and 100,000, I understand how you could be resentful of that, because you look at $100,000 and you're like, damn, if I was getting hit at 10%, I would have 90K to do whatever I wanted to do with. But since I'm getting hit at 24% for every dollar, excuse me, after 50K, my take home is more like 80. And I could understand how if you technically made six figures, but you had double what you needed in order to have a basic bitch survival, you might have some resentment there towards the government, towards lazy people, towards homeless people, towards needle programs, towards drug addicts. I understand the resentment. I genuinely do. Because once you hit 100K to 200K, you probably don't feel rich because you're still working your ass off. You're still working for somebody else. You're still a slave to the machine. And having that much of your income going towards the government is probably frustrating. I genuinely sympathize with that frustration. However, I do hope that people who are in that position, people who are making a few $100,000 per year, like for instance, Unreasonable Man said that they paid $240,000 in taxes. I have to assume that that means that you're making like $500,000 or something. You're making $500,000, or you're making upwards of $500,000. So I'm hoping that while you can be sad that the federal government and the state government is bending you over a barrel from a taxation standpoint, I hope you can wipe away your tears with crisp $100 bills, and then you can DoorDash and ride your gold-plated jet ski, and you'll be all right. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for laughing at you getting screwed over. I'm sorry. Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Sorry.
Like next year, I frankly, I think that there were definitely more. I think they put up these ones that are all like half of them are retiring, and then like two more aren't going to be up for election for another 6 years. And I think
like Pisco's alleging like a clandestine Democrat like scheme, right? It's more just like
I think that
obviously
there are
the
genuine
ones...
senators and genuine reps who.
It's like a textbook example of a rotating villain. I think that's obviously what's happening. I think the situation is that there's a ton of political pressure on the Democrats right now to prolong this fight from their base, who want them to continue fighting. And I think a lot of senators recognize the perils of that kind of situation, and they were happy to let people that are not in any real danger of an immediate primary fall on the sword. I think that's obviously what's happening here.
That's what I mean by handpicked.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think the language is a little dangerous though, because it implies that there's some sort of like scheme going on. Like, well, I think they were just kind of maybe relieved then that these guys chose to vote yes, so they didn't have to. Because I think that happens a lot where people are like, well, I'm going to wait and see who votes one way or another, and then I'll decide how to vote. Maybe they would have been the deciding votes if these guys hadn't stepped forward, but these guys chose to, and I think that's the end of it. But you're implying that they're like, okay, I'm going to vote yes because I'm not up for re-election until 2030, so I can stomach, I can shoulder.
So I mean, that's true of Hutch.
Timothy says, have I addressed Epstein? Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, who might have come into chat afterwards, what happened with Jeffrey Epstein is they released an email. Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were discussing the fact that the one dog who hadn't barked was Donald Trump, and that he was hanging out with the sex trafficked victim for hours. Apparently, there's not like a specific reference to him sexually abusing that victim, but he was hanging out with that underage victim for several hours. And so basically the implication is that Ghislaine Maxwell, which we already kind of knew or we already suspected, Ghislaine Maxwell is sweeping for Donald Trump. That way she gets a pardon. And by the way, I think it's perfectly plausible that we might get the Epstein files before the midterms, and we might actually see like pictures of Donald Trump with underage naked teenage prostitutes. Another way of saying that is rape victims. So we might get those photos released before the midterms. The Republicans will try to sweep it. They will try to cover it up, absolutely 100%, because they know how much political momentum is behind Donald Trump, even if he's on his way out. This probably will shatter the Republican Party. It will take years to recover from it. And genuinely, I hope it happens. I hope it happens that we get photos of Donald Trump hanging out with, hopefully the boobs and vagina are censored, but hopefully hanging out with nude underage girls. And then at that point, for me, if you're denying what Donald Trump did with Jeffrey Epstein, I think you're a fucking idiot or you're delusional. So yeah, I'm hoping that the Trump legacy is fucking destroyed in the next 2 years.
Because Hutch just described to you that.
Sorry. Doobie says, I think Hutch is one of those privileged liberals who overcompensates for how out of touch they are by exaggerating the issue of the lower, I say, just going to starve. Maybe. I don't agree.
That's genuinely what he think happened, that people,
Well,
you know, I don't think it's
with
for
Hutch
everyone.
too. Hutch, what are you doing, man? What the hell?
I think that's obviously what's happening here. I mean, like, we
come on.
Exactly traded. We're never going to know exactly what was traded, but it wouldn't be the most surprising thing in the world if it was like, vote, take the hit on this one, and we'll make sure you have extra input on this next thing coming up. I mean, that's just how sometimes things work in Congress. It's unfortunate, but it's reality, I think.
And a lot.
Beef Supreme says, shouldn't we support the Gazans? Yeah, sure. Listen, I'm all about a two-state solution. I've said it repeatedly. I think that I think Hamas should be banned. I think that a new political party should there should be free and fair elections within Gaza. I think that Israel, because they destroyed 80% of the infrastructure within Israel, should be responsible for rebuilding Gaza. And I think that they should do a two-state solution with borders that make sense, and that there should be freedom of travel between the West Bank and Gaza, where effectively there's like a major highway between the West Bank and Gaza where Palestinians are able to travel back and forth. Like, listen, guys, I understand that my tepid Zionism, all you hear is Israel, go Israel. Israel's awesome. Israel's awesome. Israel's awesome. I know that's all you hear when I talk about it. But if you actually listen to the words I'm saying, I'm actually saying, of course, the Gazans and of course the Palestinians deserve a dignified life.
There's a lot of non-overlap in the Democrats who voted in favor of the CR in March. I noticed that Brian Schatz is not there. Kirsten Gillibrand isn't there. I even think some of the I think Ossoff voted no both. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Voted no.
Yeah. So, but like I notice that there's a lot of if you were to pick the most like optimal senators to vote this way, it would be these people. It would be these people. And I'm saying that a whole Senate is in on some.
Why not?
Grand conspiracy.
He's not up. Warnock's not up for re-election. He could have voted. I mean, I could make the case for a bunch of these guys could have been one of those votes.
Grand conspiracy orchestrated like by puppet master Chuck Schumer, but I'm certain that there were some overlapping, deals that were struck. You're going to vote for this, and we're going to make sure that the DNC is not. Maybe we're going to throw a little bit more money to some super PACs, in your re-election campaign. I don't know. I just don't think that it's. I don't know. I am almost certain that it was predetermined who was going to be the no.
Angus King said these guys weren't going to budge, and there was no moving them. The Republicans, there was no moving them any further. Nothing else would have helped. It was just going to make people suffer more. So what do you say?
So why don't you agree with it? Wait. So why don't you agree with him, Ira? You said
I'm just saying that's his reason, and I believe him. If he believes that, then I disagree. But I don't have all the facts in front of me. I don't know. I'm not a senator from Maine and listening to my constituents. I have no clue. So, but from my point of view, I think they could have kept fighting. I'm just saying, how do you respond to his argument? Do you think he just gave in, or he's?
Well, I think Angus King is, first of all, he was against this in the first place. So Angus King voted no. Because so when Angus King's like, wow, look at this amazing vote we got in the Republican-controlled Senate. Like, Angus King doesn't give a shit about this vote. He voted in favor of opening the government on the Republican package in the first vote. And so one is, I think, he's even like laughing when he says, I think it's a 50-50 that this eventually passes the Democrat-written bill. He chuckles through it because he can't actually, it's so preposterous, that notion. So first of all, Angus King's, his own determinations, I think, are questionable. But on the
Bud123 doing the God's work. I did squats yesterday and I got up to 160 pounds. Good job, buddy. I do mean that sincerely.
The issue of whether the Republicans would have ultimately bended, I'm not sure they would have. But that's why you pick an issue that's so important and so critical at the start that you are willing to, have that be your bottom line. Don't pick a bottom line if you're not willing to stick to it. And I'll even grant you this. If it were the case that this were the optimal time to drop it, and this were the optimal time to sign on to this, signaling vote that means nothing, then why isn't the doling out of this policy better PR strategized? Why isn't the case that we have more uniformity? Why are we in a situation?
Harley says, does that fuck with your credit? You think I'm rich enough to care about my credit? Listen, guys, we're doing good. We're not doing that good. Listen, man. All right. I'm trying to think of how much I want to show you. Okay. Let me put it this way. I'll walk you through it. I'll walk you through it. Okay. I have a family of 4. I live in Central Florida. Central Florida has become insanely expensive compared to how it used to be. I used to chat shit on California because, and I'm sure California is even worse at this point, but California used to be so expensive that the prices and lifestyle that I am currently living in Florida is what I used to criticize Californians for having to live because of how expensive everything is. I am currently involved in, let's call it, the cost of living crisis. So my mortgage, I got at 4% through the VA because they required infinitely less paperwork, less down payments, less this, less that. And I didn't have a down payment. So I just went through the VA and I got 4%. And I know that some people say like, oh, a 4% mortgage is high. Well, prime interest like 2 months ago was like 7.75. So I'm actually pretty happy with a 4% interest rate. And all said and done, I did buy my house before the pandemic, and my mortgage is like $1,700. So boom, right there, $1,700 a month. I have to find it. I have to find $1,700 a month. That is non-negotiable. Okay. Then after that, it's food. And I got a family of 4 to feed. And my wife and I, we really don't do that much takeout. When we get an extra $20, extra $30 or whatever, we do get takeout because we like splurging. We like skipping the dishes, all that kind of stuff. But realistically, we do that like 3 or 4 times a month. Like we're really not a huge takeout family. Even then, taking care of a family, getting good produce, getting good meat, getting good food for our children who we care about, food is $1,500. So I'm already up to $3,300. And the only thing I've done is I've paid for my food in my house. Add in utilities. Utilities are expensive in my city because we have really, really, really good water, and electricity has gone up like a motherfucker over the past couple of years. So my utility bill, I hate to say it, during summer months, utilities is $500. It just is. Now, maybe during the winter months, I can get down to $3 because I don't have to use air conditioning as much because it's so cold outside. But I'm at $500 a month realistically during the summer. So we're already up to what, like $3,700 right there. Cell phones is $200. I am with a cable carrier. I'm with Spectrum. So that's 2 smartphones, and then the internet is $80. So that's like $280 right there. So that's another $300. Cell phones are necessary. We do have an iPad. We do have a smartwatch, which is the wife's, not mine. I don't give it. And the iPad is for the kid. The smartwatch is for the wife. I don't give a shit about any of that stuff, but that's there. So that's $200. Internet's $80 a month. That's obviously necessary for work. So that's another $300. And then add in a car. We went down to 1 car, but we got a minivan. That's $400. Actually, that's $500 a month. $500 for a used minivan. And then it's like $300 to insure. That's $800. Add in gas, add in all that kind of stuff. And so basically what I'm doing is I'm giving you these rough numbers, but I'm giving you these rough numbers to show that the quote unquote middle class life costs $5,000 to $6,000 a month. I think my budget all said and done is $6,000 a month, but that includes like karate, which is like $200. We technically don't need karate. We could get rid of karate, but my son's really good at karate and we're proud of him and we love him. And so we want him to do that. So all said and done, if I chopped everything to the bone, I could probably survive off of $5,000 a month. If I actually want to live a moderately comfortable lifestyle, my family costs $6,000 a month. So I'm ecstatic. I'm ecstatic that my wife just went back to work. I'm ecstatic that I was able to make that work for 5 years where she didn't need to work, because I worked at a really nice company and then I worked at a less nice company, but we cut back on some expenses. I'm ecstatic that she didn't work for 5 years. I'm so happy that she got to watch our kids grow up when they were infants. That's awesome, but that is a choice, and it is a choice that kind of screws over my family a little bit financially. She is going back to work, and then this job is going great. We've been able to pay our bills. We've been able to survive. The VOD revenue is increasing over time, even though the viewership isn't that high. Cumulatively, we're building up VOD ad revenue. The super chats have been super generous, so I've been able to survive. I'm not rich though, guys. Like I'm not calling up the hospital to be like, hey, you remember that $2,000? My oiler just gave me a bunch of money. Here's the money. I'm not in that position. I'm preparing for the next thing that breaks. My dishwasher broke within the past year. My washing machine broke within the past year. I had rats crawling into my attic. I had to go up there and put in a $200 one-way door for the rats. And then I had to put up chicken wire over where the rats were getting into the attic. Well, hopefully it was squirrels, but I think it was rats. And so there's always those little expenses when you're getting by in life. And so the only reason why I'm bringing this up, the only reason why I'm bringing up how much it costs for me to live a middle-class life, and the only reason why I'm bringing up how expensive it is because if you're like a working class schmo and you're making 30 to 40 grand a year, raising a family on that is hard as fuck. It is hard. And so, like, I'm sorry, Doobie. I'm sorry, Patriarch. But not everybody min-maxes their life. Not everybody is looking to save every single dollar. Not everybody will live off of rice and beans for 5 years so they can, so they can min-max their life. That's not everybody. As a matter of fact, that's not most people. Most people want to put in 40 to 60 hours a week. They want to have a dignified life. They want to spend time with their kids, and they don't want to have to worry about food. So when you guys are kind of dismissive saying like, oh, well, 10% of the American public going without meals in order to win healthcare subsidies, you can say that. I don't think most of the people within that category of people would agree. I think they would say, fuck you, I need food, and if my healthcare is fucked up, I'll deal with that when I get to it. So, speaking for somebody who's made less than $100,000 my entire life.
Where you have the leading candidates for Maine Senate, right? Like Plattner and Mills both saying it is.
Doobie for 20. Communities, local governments, and private orgs can easily come together to provide food. It's much harder or impossible for them to provide healthcare, medication screenings, etc. Many people won't go to the doc when they need to. Okay. I mean, you've made the argument. I understand it logically. What you're saying is if the Democrats had been more organized in their game of chicken, they could have gotten the healthcare concessions, and that would have been worth the sacrifice. I don't think they were coordinated to do that. And as a result, this game of chicken failed. So even descriptively, if you are correct that the Democrats and local governments could have been more organized, which would have allowed the Democrats to play chicken for longer and therefore maybe get the healthcare concessions, I agree with you descriptively. I don't think it's changed anything that I've said.
Is a fucking cave. Newsom, cave, cowardly, he says. Pritzker, cowardly, cave. Why is it the case that our leading candidates are all saying the worst possible things on it? That doesn't seem like a good strategy, even if this were the optimal time to drop the fight. And if it's the case, sorry, one last thing. If it's the case that, like as Hutch said, that it's this fear of the base, and I think that some of that is true, and this fear of their own voters. What does that tell us about the disconnect between the leadership and the voter? That just confirms it, and it confirms that they don't feel they can be on.
Doobie for 20 says, you're not making a choice between eating food and paying for those other things. They'll be making a decision between paying for the convenient food or standing in the annoying food bank lines for frozen stuff they don't like. Once again, bro, I think, Doobie, I know you had a rough childhood. I know you grew up poor. I know you have a survivalist mindset. God bless you for your aggression in getting where you've gotten materially within life. Obviously, your personality is what allowed you to get into such a position that you were willing to help out King Solidus, and I respect that. However, I'm just saying, not everybody's built like that. Not everybody's built like an aggressive survivor looking to min-max their lives. Most people are just people.
Honest to their voter.
I mean, that's
wait, real quick. Let me just add one thing, and that's What is the signal to the Republicans? It's, hey, if you give indications that you won't budge, no matter how much you're hurting, the SNAP recipients, the WIC recipients, whatever, then Democrats will just eventually fold. There's no point in ever like standing to any fight, because all you have to do is just say no over and over, no matter how much it hurts.
Grassroots says, hey, my jet ski isn't gold. It's spinning 27-inch rims. Those are gold, though. Listen. Oh my God. I'm just imagining you guys. I'm imagining Patriarch, and I'm imagining I'm imagining all of you guys as Kenny Powers. This is you in my mind. Okay. This is Cameron Mosley. This is AKA Batusai. This is Patriarch. This is Grassroots Hegemon. It's Kenny Powers. Kenny Powers on a jet ski. That is who you guys are to me now. Fuck. This is Doobie. When he's not busy bullying people in Twitch and YouTube politics, this is Doobie. Fuck.
Hurts your credibility, no matter how much it hurts your polling, no matter how much it makes Donald Trump say he's going to get rid of the filibuster. Doesn't matter. Eventually, Democrats are going to fold. You can make people hurt for as long as you want. Like, what is that signal? It's like, okay, well, we just negotiated with the terrorist or whatever allegory you want to use. Like, why ever fight ever against the Republicans ever if they're never going to budge? They just will say no, and eventually enough senators will be like, well, they said they weren't going to do anything, so we just decided to vote no.
And it's not your fault, Hutch and I know you guys are looking at silver linings. I know, and I think that there is a lot of benefit to what's going on. It is so frustrating as someone who was so like ecstatic and happy about every side of the Democratic Party doing well on Tuesday, to have this sort of put out in the middle of the night on the weekend, and to have this like just with no coordination, and seemingly, even if it isn't strategized at some level of leadership where you have the whip, right? The Democratic whip is one of the leaders, Dick Durbin from Illinois. It feels that way. And they must have known this would have.
An unreasonable man says, I'm Grid Motorsports. All right. You can still afford a $20 super chat. Grid Motorsports, for those of you who don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, man. You're kind of a Crucible guy. You're like the Andrew Wilson guy. So he's probably not going to do a $20 super chat. Fuck. Sorry, I'm just like, this is funny to me. This is funny. And I know we don't have clear consensus in the chat. I don't even think I've heard a single thing that these guys have said for the past 20 minutes. But realistically, what's going on is I'm torn, okay? Because realistically, I think working class people eating rice and beans, that's totally fine. Like you got to do what you got to do to survive. Beggars can't be choosers, all that kind of stuff. But I also remember how hard it was when I was making $8 an hour, $10 an hour, getting by, even as a single person. I just remember how hard that was. And telling those people skill issue, I think those people are liable to kick you in the dick. And so I understand that the people in my chat who have made good money, a lot of them started out small and they got big over years and years and years of work. So I don't want to diminish their experiences climbing the financial ladder. But I also do think that they're kind of in economic rarefied atmosphere. And while they might remember how desperate and angry they were when they were poor, now they're kind of saying skill issue. I know that's not what you're literally saying, but it does kind of vibe that way. Whereas there are working class people, I think you'll probably agree with me that there are working class people who are just not capable of climbing how far you've climbed. Right? There are just dumb people in the working class. There are drug addicts. There are alcoholics. There are people with trauma. There are people who are financially illiterate. There are people who just don't think that way for whatever reason. And so you can say skill issue. It's not about intelligence. It's about attitude. It's about this. It's about that. We can all agree that they're not going to climb out of their material circumstance. And so when you're looking at, SNAP and WIC and all that kind of stuff, I think I did the math on it. I think all food programs within the United States are like 2% of the federal budget. I actually do not think that Americans missing meals, and I get it, we're like fat, We're an obese people. I understand that. But I don't think Americans missing meals should be a political bargaining chip. And so what we're really talking about is we're talking about Hutch saying, Pisco, you're being very blasé about using hungry people as a bargaining chip to get healthcare concessions. And Pisco, who is a sociopath, and Doobie, who is a sociopath, are saying, fuck them hungry kids. It'll be worse if they don't get good healthcare outcomes. So I get it. I get it tactically. I'm still with Hutch.
That's where the frustration is coming from. And so I'm not trying to make it personal, but
I understand. I'll just say, when I saw that the deal was made, I thought we just won the midterms, because there'll be no subsidies and people are going to get fucked and they're going to be pissed. And we just won the midterms. That's how I see it.
Anyway, right?
I think we came out better for having done this. I just wish we held out a little longer.
That's literally my exact position, by the way.
I think we all agree on that.
Yeah. So to piggyback off of what IRI is saying right now, like, we're framing this, I think we're only thinking about like the short term, the PR hit, like the appearance of like fecklessness or weakness. Like, okay, that's
dog who hasn't barked could mean many things. Yeah, it could mean that Donald Trump was the one person not dogpiling Epstein. That's what it means.
fine. I guess that's a W for Donald Trump for the next news cycle, like a week, 2 weeks. How long are people going to be talking about this? But what's the reality of the situation? They just got creamed by March.
I will admit, so Doobie says, like 15 years ago, I was selling my blood every couple of days for gas money while working 2 jobs trying to build a new business. Most of you guys don't know about the grind. I'll tell you, entrepreneurialism is a different beast. I am taking a risk, and the risk. So we've been live for 2 hours. Patriarch is an Oiler, although I probably just pissed him off. I still love you, Patriarch. But Patriarch is an Oiler, and I'm just going to be very straightforward. He gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. That's worth around $50. Fashion 40 renewed their membership, and that's 5. AKA Batasui did 10, and then Doobie's done 60 so far. So 75 plus 50, that's around $100. Now take out YouTube's 30%, and that's $70. So I've been live for 2 hours. That means that I've made around $35 an hour. That's great. I'm not complaining. That's amazing. I used to, dude, in order to make $20 to $30 an hour as a server, I used to have to sprint for like 4 to 6 hours at a time, back and forth, running drinks, running food, talking to people, taking orders, inputting them, expo, coordinating with the manager, coordinating with other servers in order to get stuff done. Like, restaurant work is fun, but it's very hectic. And I made $20 to $30 an hour doing that, and I loved it. I loved being a server. If I could, I would go, well, if I needed to, I would go be a restaurant server right now. I loved serving in a restaurant. But that involves running your ass off for 4 to 6 hours at a time. And that's like one shift. So if you do a double, you're running your ass off for like 8 to 12 hours. So anyways, what I'm really saying is thank you. Thank you for allowing me to entertain you during your workday by watching other people's content and talking shit about them. Thank you.
That we haven't seen since fucking 2008 in terms of the overperformance. Like, the numbers that came out of last Tuesday are you have to go back like almost 2 decades to get that kind of overperformance. And the reality is that these cuts are going to happen. And to Ryan's point, I think they were always going to happen. I think I even expressed on this podcast a couple times, I don't know how realistic it is to expect that we're going to get these full tax credits back. Like, I just don't know if the Republicans are going to play ball. Maybe I thought maybe we might get like maybe half of the subsidy. I don't really know, like a quarter, just something. But this feels like we were always headed to this outcome at some point or another. And the reality is, these premium spikes are going to impact tens of millions of people in January. And the Republicans right now are in charge of government. And anybody who thinks that Donald Trump is going to be able to fool the public about who's to blame for these subsidies going up, that is one of the most
Grid One Motorsports just mogged me. Hold on. Thank you, Motorsports. So hold on. Doobie for the 20. if you guys read the Doctrine of Fascism, you'd understand that existence is struggle, and the most important thing we must conquer is ourselves. It's our duty to build within ourselves the tools we need to shape the world. True. Shout out to Benito Mussolini and Giovanni Gentile. All right. I haven't even read the chat yet, but Grid One Motorsports just mogged me already. We've had some spicy debates. We've had some spicy conversations. But the fact that Grid One Motorsports was just like, yeah, bro, I paid $240K in taxes. I almost made $1 million. Suck a dick, dumb shit. Here's $100. Based? Unreasonable Man says, have some wealth. If I didn't pay 40% in income taxes to pay for free shit, it would have been 200. Damn, I'm a libertarian now. Let's cut taxes. Let's cut taxes, guys. Tea party. We're taxed enough already. We are taxed enough already. I'm sorry. It's such a funny day to be trapped between the libertarians and the liberals. Christ. All right. Seriously. Thank you guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thanks for the mog, Grid One Motorsports. I know we've had our differences. Thank you.
Line takes I've ever heard in my life. This is something that is just a truism, just across the board when it comes to politics. Anytime there's economic hardship, like a massive event where a lot of people experience economic hardship, they always blame the party in power.
But Hutch, he's going to give us the $2,000 tariff checks. He's the money president now. Do you don't think that's going to sway anyone?
Ironically, that is.
Sorry, this is still funny. We're still having a pour off in chat. Valor, using AC if you're broke is insane. Just wear a wet t-shirt and sit in front of a fan. Oh, God, that's awesome.
One of the most dangerous recent developments in American politics. I mean, this is one of the classic democracy failure states. People smear like welfare as like, oh, people are
It's
just
a handout. Yeah.
It's gonna spiral into infinity. But this is of a fundamentally different kind than what we do with normal welfare or direct benefits to people. Arbitrarily looting the American people through tariffs imposed directly by the president, and then using that money to send checks to buy loyalty. I mean, this is actually a remarkably bad development for American democracy.
I was going to say, you got to say the line, Ryan, which is, this is incredibly dangerous to democracy.
The Sinclair News line. No one's talking about the real silver lining of ending the shutdown, which is we get to do Epstein discourse again when the House.
That's true. You could have sold me on that, though.
Damn, Grid One Motorsports, dude. That's all you needed to do in a debate, by the way. That's all you needed to do in a debate. We could have been talking about anything. We could have been talking about like the deficit. You could have been like, I make $1 million a year. We could have been talking about like the military. You could have been like, I make $1 million a year. We could have been talking about like sexual mores. You could have been like, I make $1 million a year. Like that would be, dude, if I was you and I was in the debate space, that would be my one talking point. You know how Cooley kept bringing up feminism. He brought up feminism like 3 or 4 times. If I was Grid One Motorsports, that would be like my trump card. I would be like, yeah, I brought home 900K, or I didn't bring home 900K. 900 minus 240, 7, 6. I'd be like, I brought home 650K. Suck a dick, dumb shit. Oh my God. All right. I'm sorry. I'm joking. I'm being rude. I'm being silly. I'm having too much fun. I need to chill. Okay, let's go.
Are we going to approve that last House member? We're going to get the Epstein vote?
I think
she's going to get sworn in.
They have to. That's why they've been holding the House out of session, which is in itself an incredibly unprecedented thing. The idea that, in theory, the second or third most powerful person in the United States government, the Speaker of the House, just chooses to not call his own branch together to meet, to have power. is crazy. I mean, that is crazy. And I wish that registered as bad to more people. I understand why it doesn't, since, we're not all so institutional pilled, but it is really bad.
It's a great point. Like the notion of this Madisonian check power within the federal government has completely collapsed. And except in some of these key areas, like I think probably tariffs, even though on tariffs, the Republican Congress isn't willing to like do a negative vote on it, but they're not going to actively promote it. And similar thing, I think, on the filibuster. But other than those like key few areas, it doesn't seem like there's, or the walls that existed between the executive branch and the legislative branch are crumbling, and it's partisan that's sort of winning the day, as opposed to these delineated branches of government.
Well, Pisco, I mentioned that.
Charles first. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, as we mentioned this, when I talked to Newsom, I said, isn't the real issue of the shutdown, shouldn't it be, hey, we can't approve any spending bill until you promise us that Trump is actually going to spend it the way that Congress has allocated it? And he said, yeah, that is the main issue, but that's not resonant with voters. It's not as politically salient. So we have to do it about healthcare, which is still important. But the main issue is, well, does Congress even fucking matter anymore? And like the caving here, kind of makes me feel like I really do wish we would fight on that. But I understand you can't message that to the American people, and it's very important that, like, yeah, we don't know if we really have three branches of government anymore, and it's kind of eroding. But go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
Oh no, Hutch, you were trying to get in.
No, I mean, I wanted to piggyback off of, like, I want to go back to what I was saying before, which is that I disagree with the vote last night. And one of the reasons why, like we already discussed, was like, I do think this should have been stretched out a little bit longer. I think my red line is just when people stop losing that critical, those benefits. That's just, I don't think like that is like the obvious morally correct decision either. Like it might be correct to stretch that out because there could be.
Nice, hedonic treadmill. I went from 30K, you say hourly, but I don't think you mean hourly. I think you mean yearly, to 60K salary. 30K meaning, but you got it from an hourly rate. I understand. It took me nearly 20 years to claw my way to doubling my income, and even that just barely got me into the comfortable bucket. Yeah, dude. Like, listen, man, I'm all for, on an individual level, I think iron sharpens iron, and that if you are somebody who is capable of climbing to the upper echelons of society, then it is borderline your moral duty to climb as high as you can go. So Grid One Motorsports, we've disagreed about a lot. But if he's been able to climb to a place where he can generate 600K in income after taxes and use that to take care of his family and forward what he believes is just in the world, that, regardless of our disagreements on things, that is something that is worthy of praise. Same thing with Grassroots Hegemon, being, I think he said, an electrical engineer, mechanical engineer who works for a power plant companies. The fact that he found his niche and he's able to make bank working his ass off, he does say he works 100-hour weeks, basically. I think you should be proud of that you've climbed as high as you can intellectually and ambitiously, and now you have a good income. I think it's something to be proud of, and I think it's worthy of valorization. Same thing with Doobie. Like, lots of people think Doobie is an asshole, but Doobie kind of starting out in a poor family, not liking the desperate circumstances in which he was in as a child, and then using that as momentum and motivation with which to, correct me if I'm wrong, start a insurance business that now generates him a substantive income to the point that he can throw cash around. That's all like noble and worthwhile. But you guys are looking at my entrepreneurial venture right now. Okay. This is my dream. And please be careful with my dream. Please don't crush my dream. My dream is that I always wanted to be an author. I always wanted to write a book. I always wanted to comment on political events. I always wanted to talk about the military. I always wanted to talk about psychology and history. And realistically, I wanted to know kind of what I was talking about. I know that you'll never be able to know everything perfectly, but I went into the Marine Corps because I wanted to know violence and psychology and blood and guts and politics and geopolitics. I didn't just want to read about it. I wanted to experience it firsthand. So that's part of the reason why I joined the military. Getting my bachelor's degree, my parents always expected that of me. But I knew that I wasn't done experiencing the world yet before I started commenting on it, which is why I did law enforcement. So 2015 to 2019, I genuinely loved that job, but I always knew I wanted to be an author or a commentator. And so being an author, I actually did write a book and I shopped it around. I got a few like tentative, like I got a few like responses where they were like, hey, send me the manuscript and I'll read it. And then basically the feedback I got was, hey, as an unknown person, you don't have enough clout or you don't have enough, this isn't good enough for us to sell. The market is super competitive and what you're trying to do is just not where the market's at right now. I appreciate your submission, but eat a bag of dicks. So I had to eat a bag of dicks on my book, which is fine. That's fine. Like, dude, writing's hard. Being a talented writer is difficult. So anyways, the YouTubing thing, I've been into YouTube since probably 15, 16. Like that's where I kind of got into the political sphere. And so I saw all the people that were doing commentary and I was like, some of these motherfuckers are stupid as shit. Some of these dudes have no idea what they're talking about. Some of these people are just confidently regurgitating some of the dumbest things I've ever heard. And so I was like, I could do that. Not only could I do that, I might deeply enjoy that. And so for the past 5 years, obviously the Warhammer stuff took off more than the political commentary, but this is my entrepreneurial dream. So some people got started a decade ago. Doobie got started a decade ago. I'm assuming some of the people who are making 6 or 7 figures in my chat, they got started a decade ago. This is the beginning of my entrepreneurial venture. It took me 5 years to get my entrepreneurial venture up to the point that it was bringing in enough money that I could go full time. And then now we've been streaming for 6 months. We're between 100 and 150 live viewers, which I appreciate. But we also have a disproportionately generous chat. I'm hoping that I'm here for another 2 years, maybe. And then we're streaming to 500 to 1,000 people. And then I will still engage with my chat. I promise you this because you have helped me pursue my dream. But the point is, from my perspective anyways, this is a very precarious dream. I'm sure every single entrepreneur, every single person who is making 6 figures in my chat, they know how precarious it can be at the top. Because one of the fears that I experienced as I started making more money is when you're at the bottom and you're making 30K a year, it's scary and it's stressful, but you only have so far to fall, right? If you lose your 30K a year job, then you can go find another 30K a year job. And as long as you're not disabled and as long as you don't have any health issues, you can figure it out, right? So once again, it's scary, it's precarious, but it would be the equivalent of like falling off of one step. Whereas when you're starting to make 60K, 70K, 80K, and your family is reliant on you to continue to make that kind of money, that is scarier to me. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's scarier to me because I have further to fall. If I have a stroke, if I develop schizophrenia, if I become disabled, like physically disabled to the point that I cannot continue to work, then my family loses a lot. We lose our home. We probably have to move into an apartment. We probably have to go to worse schools. We lose the community that we've built in our household. And so that's scary. That's scary as fuck. So anyway, so while entrepreneurialism and making a high income relieves a lot of stressors, I am also empathetic to the people who have scrabbled and scraped and grinded into their 6-figure position, because there's a lot of risk and there's a lot of fear in that venture. Anyways,
some bigger gain down the line, and if somebody wanted to make that argument, I could be persuaded. It's just that's just like where I go.
41 million people off Snap was the only way to beat Trump.
Fuck, bro. Fuck.
Should be easy, man.
As always,
what do you mean? That's an easy yes, right?
As always, the calculation is like what's going to do more harm, and so like I'd have to like really think about that. But yeah. I mean, these are.
Thanks, Melody. Appreciate you.
You would take fascism over mass starvation?
Yeah, well,
these are tough.
Seriously, Hutch. I don't know. I'd sacrifice 41 million. I'd sacrifice 50 million SNAP recipients.
These are
I'd
tough.
kidnap 1,000 children to stop fascists.
The point is like these are not straightforward calculations. This is not a science, and so I think like to kind of get back to like where I think the Democrats went wrong on this. It is insane to me that it's like, okay, fine. If there was backroom deals and you pick these senators to be the ones to fall on the sword, like I'm not morally offended by that. That just seems like kind of standard politics to me or whatever. I mean, but the ones that they did pick did just about the worst job you could possibly imagine in terms of making that case. Like that Angus King line. I don't even think what he said was
wasn't working. It wasn't working.
I don't even think what he said was technically wrong, but it was so politically stupid to have him be that person to go out there and do that. I think that does signal weakness. There was another person. There were like two other people that did it.
Conserve liberalism, saying I got a liberal and a libertarian on either shoulder. Yeah, but we should feed the poor. Right shoulder, bro. A gold jet ski would be sick. Yeah, that's me.
Press conference today, and I just think that there should have been a more coherent plan in terms of how to navigate the messaging. Or I think maybe you could have even been straightforward about like, look, we really want to raise the awareness of this issue. It's really difficult to imagine Donald Trump, giving concessions here, but we want to inform as many people as possible. Like maybe you could have even been straightforward about that to begin with. Like, I don't know.
Well,
better political minds, but
there's no guarantee this is going to pass in the House, by the way. They could run into some troubles over there.
I don't think so. So Schumer should step down, right?
They can only lose two votes
before we let a new fire.
I think I'm good on this. So we let them argue back and forth. Honestly, I haven't been paying attention for the past 30 minutes, but I still think that they're just arguing the nuances. The more fun thing was fighting chat, both left and right. Talking to the rich people and talking to the poor people in chat. I'm still of the same opinion, guys. So I'm still of the same opinion that it's easy to sacrifice other people's well-being in order to have a political fight. I do understand the perspective from Pisco that effectively, like, if you were going to play a game of chicken, you got to go all out. And realistically, this was politically hurting the Republicans more than it was hurting the Democrats. As a result, you should have taken it out to the wire. I understand his rationale. I just think that if I was a congressman and I was responsible for the same thing, where I was fighting for the better healthcare for my constituents, and then I was getting endless voicemails from my constituents saying, hey, I can't feed my kids. I need these benefits. Please, God, fix it now. If I had 100,000 of those voicemails, then I would negotiate. I would break. I wouldn't be able to do that. I would, or Soy Pill and some other people pointed this out. Or if that was the case where I was getting 100,000 voicemails, then I would have to do the things where we I would have to call the governor, mobilize the National Guard, coordinate all the food pantries, coordinate all the churches, and say, hey, we are fighting in order to make sure that you have good healthcare benefits. The federal government is playing FF games with your SNAP payments. We are going to make sure that there is not a single person in Florida who goes hungry as a result of these cuts and these interruptions in payments. We are mobilizing the National Guard. We are mobilizing the food pantries. We are mobilizing the churches. We are mobilizing every single community to make sure that every single person in my state is taken care of. That's the only way that I would be able to sleep at night, is if I knew that we were taking care of our communities that way. So Motorsport says, I was born dirt poor. I built several businesses, but my brother is still poor. I should be more clear. I retired at 45. My wife still works. We were taxed on 900K. Yeah. I would still use that. I would still use that in debates. I'd be like, get out of here, poor bitch. I'm mostly memeing. That's obviously not good argumentation. It's off-putting. You would alienate the audience. It's not a good debate tactic. Don't take that as advice for a debate tactic. I would just do that. Oh man, let's go full screen and let's figure out what we're doing next. So like I said, we could do classics like the Destiny N-word debate. We could pull up Destiny and Tom Bilyeu. We could pull up Andrew Wilson on Tim Pool. We could do a bunch of stuff. So I'm not beholden to any one content. I'm really not. The other option is just telling cop stories, but realistically, I did say that we were going to do cop stories like once per month. And I think that, or once a week, excuse me. And that is why something, I don't know. So we could do cop stories. We could do other stuff. Let me know in chat. So if you want to do a classic Destiny debate, like the N-word saga, which I think is hysterical content, I would love to do the N-word saga. If you want to watch Andrew Wilson on Tim Pool, I think he was on within the past 48 hours, and they're talking about morality or ethics or something like that. We could do that. He also did some whatever podcast debates, and we could check out Andrew Wilson just so we balance out the lib soy with some right-wing Christian nationalist perspective. Alternatively, I could tell cop stories for the next couple of hours. So it's totally up to you what you guys do. And I do want to thank you again, Grid One Motorsports. Thank you for the insane donation. I was trying to bait you a little bit. I didn't know who you were until you said who you were. I was trying to bait you to get a $20 super chat out of you, and then you flexed on me. So, yep. These are some of the ones that I read. Yeah. Kat says, I didn't even know it was legal. It's just not swear in-house members. I want Dems to do this. Sure. Anonymous says, does anyone know the song that Sarah plays on the Tomato podcast before she starts the open debate? That song goes hard. DM me, Anonymous, and I can ask Sarah. I'm in Sarah's DMs. That was the one that I read. Counterpoint's illustrated book when? I want to do a kid's book. So apparently Dan Pace has done books, and he's working on a kid's book himself. I want to do Goodnight Moon, but I want to do Goodnight Platoon. And I already have the script. I just need to get it illustrated. It was actually a friend's idea, so I would give them a cut if I actually published it. But realistically, I just need a talented illustrator who's willing to do 20 pages without compensation, because I can't afford a talented illustrator. And then we could sell Goodnight Platoon. And if we get sued for copyright, we'll just use that in marketing. Doobie says, when you're starting out, you need to learn to be okay with telling people you love to F themselves if they try to help by saying you won't make it and should do the safe thing instead. That's happened several times. Doobie, the big thing for me and my company grew and changed is just the realization that I could seriously F up the lives of a lot of people if I make the wrong decision, which that's what I'm saying. When you start making good money and you have more responsibility and you're making a good income and your family's reliant on you, you have further to fall, which is scary. It's legitimately scary. Sacred Snow says, just hire Doobie and Patriarch to field your constituent calls so they can tell them about the wonders of bread lines. Soy Pill looks like he ordered 100K worth of shitty tank tops and hats for a 5-year-old and is still wearing them. Yeah, but he's in shape, so he gets a pass. The Orbiter Wars. I do love the Orbiter Wars. The 2022 Orbiter Wars were classic. Oh, the Rittenhouse debate. The Vosh Destiny Rittenhouse debate was classic. Randy says the N-word saga, meaning the Mind Waves dogpile. Yes, that's what I mean. Christian Blair says we've done Destiny N-word debate already. His Rittenhouse with Vosh would be based on cop stories. True. How often do hot chicks commit crime? Sometimes. Andrew Wilson, I vote. Destiny. I've been watching all of his debates, so I'm a little Wilsoned out. Gotcha. Demon Mama and a bunch of leftists was peak content. True. I only pick Andrew because I like Seamus. Okay. Goodnight Moon is the scariest kids book. I know this makes me weird. Anonymous says, DM'd you on Discord. I'm Nick in there. Okay, that's good. Goodnight Goon, the Destiny saga. All right. So let's do a thing real quick. What I've heard, I saw 2 people do Andrew Wilson. I saw somebody do Rittenhouse. Deus Halcyon just renewed their membership and said do Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse would be classic. So are you guys okay on Rittenhouse? Keycode says, I'd like to see your opinion on Tom Bill U and Destiny. We could do that, but realistically, Tom Bill U is like an algorithmic anchor. He's just he's a little bit too dry. Although we could do it. Learn to set up a straw poll. No. Quick shout out to the Oilers today. Thank you, Patriarch, for the gifted $10 Media Network memberships. Thank you to Fashion 40 for the renewed membership. Thank you to AKA Batusai for the $10. Thank you to Doobie for the $60 across multiple super chats. Thank you to Grid One Motorsports, aka An Unreasonable Man, for the $100 super chat, stunting on them hoes. And thank you to Deus Halcyon for the renewed membership, saying do Rittenhouse. Some people are saying Rittenhouse. So I think we'll just do Rittenhouse. Why not? Rittenhouse is classic. So, Batusai, I can say it now. Well, yeah, that's because they bullied me about it so much. So we're gonna do Rittenhouse just for the shits and giggles. Even if people kind of drift out or whatever because they're like, oh, I've already seen this. It's such a classic, man. It's such a classic. Vosh, Destiny, Rittenhouse. And I can bring my law enforcement credentials to the debate. 5 years ago, man. 5 years ago. This is classic. This is peak Destiny. This was Destiny at his best. Let's be real. All right, let's do an intro and get into it. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. Today, we're going to be kicking it with a classic, Vosh versus Destiny on the Kyle Rittenhouse shooting. The reason why we're doing this is because it's funny. It's old content. It's good. It's kind of a blowout debate with a contentious topic, and we're going to fight about it. We're going to have some fun. Let's go.
All right. Hey, what's up, bud?
Howdy. All right. Was there anything in particular you wanted to talk about, or did you want me to give my spiel?
Well, I mean, I imagine we're probably going to talk about the shooter guy that everybody.
Like if you wanted to attack me on a specific point, or if we just want to. Okay, yeah. So, a couple of things. First of all, I feel like the general arguments you were making there were pretty reminiscent of the conservative line. I'm not saying it was okay for the police to shoot him, but what do you expect when you disobey cops? You know?
Okay, can I give you a real quick thing? Mm-hmm. Okay, real quick. Can we please just focus on this one argument? I think both of us are intelligent enough that if we use an analogy, we can generalize it. I don't want to hear like you're making the same Nazi concept. Just focus on like the line level, directly applicable arguments instead of trying to draw this into anything else. Okay, I think we can handle that. I don't think the situation is so complicated that we have to start drawing parallels to other things. Okay.
Then I think most of the people in your chat were primarily concerned over whether or not it was moral to attempt to apprehend the shooter, and you were more concerned with whether or not that was a good decision for preserving their mortality. But I don't think people were arguing that. I think generally speaking in this country, we tend to laud people who put their lives on the line to attempt to apprehend an active shooter, but you seem to be demonstrating an almost contemptuous disregard for their efforts, which...
Okay. If you guys have not seen the Rittenhouse footage, it is shocking. Okay. And it's shocking, in my opinion. I don't know if I'm going to piss anybody off with this take. I mean, I think it's ice cold. But categorizing Kyle Rittenhouse as a mass shooter, I think was insane. All right. What we believe when we use the word mass shooter, okay, is somebody walking into an area and gunning down people. That's what we think when we think of mass shooter. Okay. And so this conflation of the terms where we're accusing Kyle Rittenhouse of being a mass shooter, if you watch the video, that's not the context. Okay. What happened was Kyle Rittenhouse was standing outside a property. I think he was 17 at the time, which was part of the legal thing. He lived in something, Champaign, Illinois, something like that. He lived in Northern Illinois, and Kenosha, Wisconsin was a neighboring community, but it's a neighboring community that he didn't live in, but he worked in. He worked there as a lifeguard. After the riots, he was seen cleaning up the stuff. He was probably a wannabe cop. And, he was like a good old Boy Scout. And so what he did is he went and he hung out with his friend in Wisconsin. They got rifles and they stood outside of businesses trying to deter looters and arsonists from doing that. And earlier in the night, there was the first guy who attacked Kyle, who there was like a whole bunch of BLM protesters that were in front of a gas station, and they set a dumpster on fire and they were pushing it towards a gas station. Yeah, Antioch, right. And so what happened was some of the people who were a part of Kyle's group, I don't know if it was Kyle or if it was Kyle himself, I kind of forget the details. They ran and they grabbed the fire extinguisher and they put out the dumpster. Now, clearly from my perspective, that's a perfectly justified action. The dumpster on fire being pushed towards a gas station, you don't want the fire of the dumpster connecting with the gas station and detonating the gas station. That would have been an insane amount of property damage. And so the armed people standing there, deterring that from happening and putting out the dumpster fire, the people who set the dumpster fire on purpose were pissed. They were pissed. They were like, fuck you. And then not only were they angry, but also one of the guys who was in the crowd walked up to the people who had ARs and shotguns, and he racked his pistol and pointed it at the ground. And in my opinion, that guy within his own mind could have thought like, oh, I'm a part of the protest and I'm just protecting all the protesters from the dudes with ARs and plate carriers. But realistically, if one of the militia guys saw him racking his pistol and blasted him at that exact moment, I would have thought it was justified. Because again, just to reiterate to this, guys, to you, for law enforcement, now I know with civilians, you're going to have to argue it out in court, but for law enforcement, if you can articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, you are allowed to use deadly force. And so as a result, if I was a guy in a plate carrier standing with an AR-15 trying to deter people from burning down a gas station, and people shove a flaming dumpster towards the gas station, I can already articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. If that gas station blows up, there's dozens of people who are going to get hurt, injured, or killed. So right there, we're already at deadly force. And then to have somebody on top of that see us put out the dumpster and then pull out a pistol and rack it right in front of me, at that point, that person's effectively threatening imminent threat or death of death or great bodily harm to myself and others. At that point, you could blast that dude. And yeah, you're probably going to go to court. You're probably going to go to court for manslaughter. There's probably going to be arguments whether or not you as a civilian were authorized to take that action. You would probably go through the same thing as Kyle Rittenhouse. But I think both morally and legally, ultimately, you would be acquitted. So that was the kind of environment even before what happened next happened. So a guy standing next to the guy who racked his pistol was the white guy who ended up being an insane pedophile who had just gotten released from like involuntary commitment a couple of days earlier. And he was walking up to the dudes in plates and getting in their faces and bowing up on them and being like, yeah, N-word with an A, fuck off, N-word with an A. He was going like hard. He was being like crazy, insulting, crazy aggressive. And so the first person that Kyle Rittenhouse shot, you can watch the video, Kyle is running across a parking lot and then he stops and turns around by some cars. And behind him is this insane white guy who was using the N-word with an A earlier. I'm not saying that as a moral indictment. I don't care about the N-word with an A. I'm just trying to give you like a painting of his behavior before he was shot. And that guy has like a water bottle or something. And he throws the water bottle in a garbage bag at Kyle Rittenhouse. And then he chases him down. And then as he's chasing him down, he basically gets within like immediate distance of the rifle to the point that he could grab the rifle. And at that point, Kyle shoots the guy, kills the guy. And then he stands around for a second as more protesters come in to see what's going on. And then he's like, damn, I'm about to get my ass kicked by a crowd of people. I'm going to fuck off. And then he starts running. Then he starts running towards law enforcement. So he's actually, it appears to be on the way to surrender to law enforcement. And then like another 2 or 3 guys try to jump him. Somebody runs up with a skateboard and they try to hit him. I think they miss. I kind of forget the video. You'd have to watch the video. But Kyle trips over himself and falls down, and there's people chasing him. There's people actively chasing him. And 2 guys, I think the skateboard guy runs up and tries to hit him with the skateboard. He hits that guy in the chest from a seated position. I can't remember if there was another person who gets blasted. I kind of forget. And then another guy, Grosskritz, who claimed to be a first aid guy for the protesters, pulls a pistol and is on the verge of pointing it at Kyle. And then Kyle fires around and blasts off that dude's bicep. The dude's bicep gets blown off by Kyle Rittenhouse's AR-15. And then instead of smoking the guy who just pulled a pistol on you, Kyle gets up again and runs away. So once again, we can talk about like surrendering. We can talk about surrendering to law enforcement immediately after the fact. We can talk about, all sorts of details in reference to this case. And I'll be happy to talk to you guys about it as we get into it. But the far left wing and even some liberals and progressives were characterizing Kyle Rittenhouse as a 17-year-old militia kid who took an AR-15 across state lines. That talking point, I must have heard it 10,000 times, in order to intentionally go mass shoot BLM protesters. And most people who bought into that narrative, they thought that the BLM protesters who were killed were black. None of them were black. One of them was, the skateboard guy, I think, was a domestic abuser. The guy who originally charged Kyle Rittenhouse, I think he had like sex crimes against a kid and he was institutionalized 48 hours earlier. And then I think Grosskreutz was a felon in possession of a firearm. So that really hurt. That really hurt the narrative of like Kyle Rittenhouse is a mass shooter going into a dangerous situation, looking to hunt down and kill black people, when he shot exclusively white people who all had criminal records. So already I'm objecting to Vosh's characterization of Kyle Rittenhouse as a mass shooter. So anyways, let's continue. I do need to use the restroom in a minute, but I want to see what your guys' initial reaction to the opening of the debate is.
Obviously didn't.
Yeah, because I don't believe that the guy was an active shooter at the time when people were attempting to apprehend him, firstly. And then secondly, trying to apprehend an active shooter in an irresponsible manner can actually increase the amount of harm suffered by people around you, for instance, with ricochets or with misfires.
Do you think that the shooter was in the right to murder the people that he murdered? Bit of a loaded way to phrase it, but
well, you just completely moved off what you said before. But if you want to talk about
I'll go back to that. I'm just curious because I want to know whether or not you believe that people were even justified in chasing him down.
Yeah, I think Rittenhouse was totally justified. I think if you watch the videos, you can argue whether or not it's stupid to put yourself in a dangerous situation with a weapon, and I think we could have that conversation all day. But whether or not you have a moral duty to protect your community, I think is a totally different conversation. Joining the military was stupid. Joining the military was hella stupid. I got physically injured. I got spiritually injured. It hurt my body. I wasn't getting paid much. There was a high risk of, not high risk, but there was a moderate risk of death or injury. Joining the military is stupid. It's still socially necessary to join the military. And I would analogize that to if your community is being ransacked and destroyed by arson and vandalism, it's your duty to protect your community.
Okay, so then you're not asking about everybody. You're asking for the very first guy.
Yeah, well, we can start with the very first guy. I guess I jumped ahead a little bit. So with the very first guy,
well, I just want to make sure they're being razor specific on the question.
Yeah,
so you're asking for the very first guy.
I didn't structure my arguments or anything. So with the very first guy, as far as I can see, I don't know what incident led to the person with the bag chasing the guy with the gun. He threw, it looked like a bag with a...
Doobie says, I think this is a misunderstanding. What Bosch is saying is from the perspective of the people who tried to stop him and were shot, he looked like a mass shooter. That could be true. But at the same time, you're operating off of imperfect information because he'd only shot one person at the time and he was running away. Once again, I would say contextually, we associate a mass shooter with someone who's running around gunning everybody down whom he sees. And if you have 20 people around Kyle Rittenhouse and he's not shooting at any of them, that's not the stereotypical actions of a mass shooter.
Coke bottle in it. And then he missed, he continued chasing, and the man with the gun turned around and unloaded into him.
How many shots did he fire? Was it just one or was it more than one?
I think it was more than one, but I would have to go back. Chad, if you want to link the video, I can take a look at it again.
Okay. So 3 or 4 is what I've heard. Okay.
Yeah.
So just being clear, so 3 or 4 shots. I saw 2 people taking a shot, so I'm assuming that's true.
Yeah.
I would say that in that case, yeah, I would say that self-defense is justified.
Really? Even though Minnesota is not a stand your ground state?
Do you want to talk moral or legal? Which one do you...
That's an important distinction. And again, I think Steven says, and we need to stick to one for the sake of the conversation. I think he's correct to do that.
You want to talk?
Okay, morally, do you think if you're being chased down by an unarmed person, Wisconsin, sorry, not Minnesota, my bad. Do you think
Okay.
that do you think being chased down by a person if you have a firearm means that you're morally justified in shooting them?
Absolutely, yes.
You don't believe in like escalation of force, like there needs to be a demonstration of lethal escalation of force before you're allowed to respond in kind, or
If you're brandishing a firearm and somebody's charging you anyway, I think it's fair to assume that that person likely has lethal intent. They could be carrying a knife, or they could be planning to take your firearm from you and kill you with it. You have no way of knowing that. It's not your responsibility to know that. If you're trying to comply with what I would consider a moral duty to retreat, which it seems like he was running away, but another person is charging after you regardless, by the time you've ascertained whether or not they have like a knife or something, you're likely already going to die. So yeah, I think that you have a right to defend yourself in that circumstance.
okay. So if we're strictly speaking like morally here, I think that's abhorrent. You could
see, and this is why I already know this is bullshit. Okay, so let's change the context from 17-year-old kid in a riot. And by the way, if you want to flip back to it, I'll justify Kyle Rittenhouse's behavior. But this is where I think Vosh is just completely wrong. Okay, so I made this drawing earlier. I don't even know what this is in reference to, but fuck it, I'll use it. Why not? So let's say that we have two people. We have a guy. Let's just swap genders real quick. We have a man, and he's charging you. Okay? He's running at you. You don't know what his intent is, but he's running at you. And then let's say that you are a gay twink or a woman. I'm being stereotypical. I'm being rude. My bad. But let's say that you've already run away and you're pointing a gun at this person. Now, according to Vosh, you would need to wait for this guy to get on top of you and start trying to take your gun before you would be allowed to pull the trigger, because up until that person physically tries to take the gun away from you, you cannot say lethal. You cannot say that this person is engaged in lethal force. What Stephen is engaged in deadly force. But what Stephen is saying is contextually, you already ran away and this person is still charging you, even though you're brandishing a firearm. If this dude gets to you and knocks you out, they can take your firearm and kill you with it. That's just true. And so contextually saying, like, let's say it's like a domestic violence or like a stalking scenario, saying that a woman who has a firearm brandished against a guy who's charging her can't pull the trigger until the guy gets on top of her. All the dude would have to do is jack her in the face and knock her out. And then boom, that woman's dead. Very clearly, that is too late to take action. And I think the only reason why, in my opinion, Vosh made this line of argumentation is because it was a white conservative dude at a BLM protest who had shot a lefty. That's the only reason why I think he's making this argument. I think that if he was being intellectually honest and we made this analogy to him, he would be forced to concede that this was logical.
Potentially
Wait, can
justify
you tell me
it.
why?
Oh yeah, because you could potentially justify with that line of logic an unbelievable range of potential justifications for engaging in like a preemptive lethal force.
Sure. Can you give me an example?
Yeah, I don't think that any time a person is running at you, that gives you permission to kill them.
I'm not saying anytime a person is running at you. I'm saying anytime a person is running at you when you've displayed lethal intent. I think that it's okay to assume that that other person is likely to counter with lethal intent as well.
But if you've displayed
you've
displayed lethal intent initially, doesn't that mean
E-Code says sure, but I don't think Kyle was completely justified. Why not? Let's do another drawing real quick. Let's say I live in this house. Let's say that 15 minutes away is where I work. And let's say that this is the place that gives me an income. And I love this community and I am part of the community. and I want this community to remain a thing. And let's say that a riotous mob is running around. Let's do a stick. Running around, burning various businesses in the community. They've already destroyed multiple businesses. They've already graffitied a bunch of places. They've already destroyed a bunch of businesses. They've already done millions of dollars of damage. But there are still businesses here. Why can't I, as an individual, go here with a gun? Probably can't draw the gun, so I'll just change it to red. Why can't I go here with a gun and say, hey, if you try to attack these businesses that I'm standing in front of, we're going to have a fucking problem. And that problem might escalate to violence. Why can't I do that? You have to understand, man, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The whole reason why the Second Amendment exists, the whole reason why a well-regulated militia, which means well-trained, we've been over this a million times, a well-trained militia, the original militia were teenagers. The original militia were kids in their early 20s. The original militia who ambushed the British at the Battle of Lexington and Concord, they were a bunch of dickheads with their hunting rifles. So if it stands to reason that the founding fathers of the United States believed, and they were subject to Native American raids. So it stands to reason that if during the foundation of this country, a bunch of teenagers and early 20-year-olds took up private arms in order to fight the British, and they took up private arms in order to repel Native American raids against their property, why wouldn't the same stand for people in the day, especially if historically and contextually, that was the whole point of the Second Amendment? Like, you would have to say, I don't believe in the Second Amendment, therefore we should repeal and replace it, which is a different argument. Self-defense / Second Amendment purpose, riot, Kyle. I'll leave that for now. I do need to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I mean, you don't morally have, like, by that argument, that means any initiator of lethal force would then be justified in killing anybody who attacks them after that point, because they've demonstrated lethal threat. And that, yeah,
if you've demonstrated, okay, hold on, don't try to, okay. If you've demonstrated that you've brandished a weapon, so you're willing to take things to a lethal level, and you're retreating, I would assume that anybody chasing you after that is also going to respond in kind with lethal levels of force. Can you give me an example of that not being the case? I'm not talking about, like, because you're making a bunch of arguments, but you're leaving out one part. So an analogy that you just gave, so I could walk into a club and show my gun and now I can just kill anybody that charges me? Well, no, because in that case, you're aggressing, not retreating. This guy appeared to be retreating. It seemed like he was running with his back turned to the guy who was still chasing him and throwing things at him. Now, if you can give me an example where my use case here fails, I'd be interested to hear it. But so far, you haven't provided one.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be difficult for me to provide a use case because it's entirely possible to tackle somebody without having any lethal intent. But if a person...
Do you think... Can you know that?
Well, no, but you can't know that no matter what.
So you acknowledge then that there's a probability that if the guy either takes your firearm from you or has a knife on him, that he will kill you, right?
Well, there's always a probability whether or not you've already demonstrated lethal intent. But you were the one who escalated force by brandishing lethal intent to begin with.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Do you think the person with the bag of coke brandished lethal intent before the person with the gun did?
We don't know. It happened off video. All we've seen, and now it's possible. I'm going to admit this, okay? Because I don't know. I know you guys love covering breaking news. It's possible that maybe this guy with the firearm was actually provoking people to doing something earlier. That is possible. I don't think that justifies the guy chasing him. I think that's still stupid. But maybe it's a more moral ground to stand on. But I don't think either of us know that. All we've seen in a video is a guy running away with a rifle, being chased by another guy with a bottle. That's all I've seen so far, at least.
So if it were somehow, and I'm not saying this is the case because I don't know any more than you, but if it were somehow demonstrated then that the person with the gun brandished it unlawfully or otherwise demonstrated lethal intent without provocation and was then chased down and then killed or engaged in lethal force, would you say then that morally justifies the behavior of the person chasing them down?
No, I don't think so. Not at all. I don't think it's a citizen's. Once the threat has been neutralized, I don't think that you have like a moral follow-up or a moral justification to follow it up with lethal force anyway. So for instance, let's say somebody brandishes a firearm and you manage to knock it out of their hand and they're like pretty much neutral. Let's say it's a small guy, 90-pound dude, knock his firearm down. And now I don't think you can like kill him afterwards once the threat has been neutralized. I don't think
the threat wasn't neutralized. He still had a gun. He would run off later and kill more people.
We don't know that. You have no idea of knowing that, right? That didn't seem to be the case.
The threat's not neutralized if the guy's still running away with a gun, especially if he demonstrated initially like an unlawful brandishing of that firearm. I would still assume that guy was a threat to the people around him.
It's possible, but it seems like I can to grant you this, I would have to make a lot of like pretty bold assumptions. One is that he brandished a firearm showing that he was going to kill somebody, but then ran away, but then turned around and used it anyway, which is strange. And then two, like he brandished it and killed a guy, but allowed another guy to walk up and provide medical attention and didn't shoot anybody else. And then three, it was charged by a mob later and only shot the people directly at him. It didn't seem to shoot anybody. Like it's possible that what you're saying happened, but neither of us really know that.
I don't know if all those
preconditions
are necessary for my argument to be valid.
No, I'm saying that what you're saying. So like, I could imagine a fantastical world where this guy like drew his gun. He was like, I'm going to start killing innocent protesters. And some guy was like, no, get away. And like maybe threw a bottle at him. Like that's possible, but it seems highly unlikely. And even at that, like, I mean, like once you've chased him off, it seems like your goal should be to retreat and call the police or retreat and leave, I guess, if you don't think the police are trustworthy. I don't know why you would like follow it down and run it down all the way. That just seems to be like really irresponsible.
We're conflating arguments a little bit here. So it's possible that the most rational action.
All right. Keycode says, didn't he cross state lines as a minor with an AR that wasn't his? The AR belonged to his friend, and his friend lived in Wisconsin. So I might be getting something wrong, but there was something that he did that was illegal. Maybe. I don't know. I think that there's a law that says that if you're under the age of 18, you have to have a supervising adult when you have a weapon. But I'm pretty sure that's a misdemeanor. So whatever law he violated by being in possession of the firearm, I think was a misdemeanor. And I think that got dismissed with the rest of the charges.
That you can take is to hold off and call the police. However, if it's been demonstrated that this person is unstable or is provoking lethal intent for other people, it's entirely possible you believe that chasing them down and stopping them immediately is the most effective way to immediately put an end to the threat. I guess the biggest thing that I have an issue with is your assumption.
Wait, to be clear, that is incredibly unlikely that is ever the case. In any responsible self-defense like circumstance, it is highly unlikely that the most EV positive action is to chase a guy with a rifle with a bottle. If I drew like all the possible paths that could stem from that, like chances are you're always going to result in more harm than less with that course of action. For instance, maybe
Doobie says, basically what you say is the people who attacked him afterwards, do you think that they could have thought they were doing the right thing? That's kind of the way that I'm going to take it. They could have thought they were doing the right thing. I don't think that's mutually exclusive. I don't think that, let's say you just hear, you're a lefty, you hate the cops, you hate the militia, you're a part of the BLM protests, you think the BLM protests are just, you hear that a guy with a rifle just murdered someone and they're running away. You might view it as your moral duty to apprehend that person. And maybe that's exactly what Grosskreutz thought. Maybe that's exactly what that skateboarder guy thought. Maybe it's exactly, I think there was another person. I can't watch the video because it's graphic, so YouTube will take it down. But I think there were 3 other people who attacked Kyle. And I know for a fact the skateboarder guy died. And I know for a fact that the first guy died. And then I think Grosskreutz lost a bicep. There might have been a third person who attacked Kyle, though, at the second violent confrontation. I don't think I have to say that those people were malevolent. Those people might not have been malevolent at all. They might have thought they were doing the right thing.
You charge him and he shoots you because you're charging him, and then you provoke other people to charge him as well, and he shoots all of them, and now you've got more people killed. Or maybe you charge him, he shoots at you.
Like, what if you chase him and you manage to apprehend him before he kills other people? The only
chances of that, but that's not going to happen though. That should never happen.
The only advice that I'm going off of here when it comes to how you should respond to active shooter situations is the advice that I was given when entering university, should there ever be an active shooter. The advice for which is generally, and I don't know if this was just the advice that I was given in my university or if this is generalized advice, that you should hide, and if you cannot hide, you should fight, and that you should charge them with as many people as possible to put an end to the threat as quickly as possible, even if it might end up getting you killed. That's the
run, hide, fight. I need to address this in a moment.
That's the information that I've been provided.
Sure. That advice is true. Okay. But that hide or fight assumes that you're locked in a classroom with no retreat. So rather than stand in a corner and get butchered like sheep, then you fight, of course. But
that's exactly what I was going to say. It's not hide and fight. It's run, hide, fight. I know because I've taught run, hide, fight classes. For mass shooting events, sorry, I'm hungry, so I'm eating some trail mix. The first thing you do, if you can, is you run. And what I mean by that is, let's say the threat is more than 10 or 20 yards away from you, and you have an avenue of escape. He's not blocking your avenue of escape. Then you run, especially if you're unarmed. Now, if you're armed and you think that you can do something about it, you can do it. But if you get smoked, that's on you. And by the way, there have been people who have been concealed weapons carriers who have taken on mass shooters and succeeded. They killed or detained the mass shooter, and then they got killed by law enforcement because law enforcement thought they were the mass shooter. So if you do that, you're not just taking on a risk that you could die in a gunfight with a mass shooter. You're also taking on the risk of it being improperly identified and killed by law enforcement or killed by another Good Samaritan. So just know that if you're pulling your gun in a mass shooting scenario, there is a strong chance that you could get smoked. So running is generally speaking the best advice during a critical incident. Now, hiding is the next thing. And hiding, this is oftentimes in context of like public buildings or schools. You're supposed to hide, meaning lock yourself in a closet, lock the closet if you can, barricade the door, barricade the classroom, block the windows, do whatever you need to do so you're a more difficult target for a gunman, for a mass shooter, or a terrorist. That way, because these are crimes of opportunity where mass shooters will typically go with the lowest hanging fruit. If they can break into a classroom that is not locked, that they can see through the windows, they can shoot out the windows, they can do whatever, they're going to pick that room over a locked, barricaded, and blinded room. And these incidents unfold in less than 30 minutes. Sometimes it's a few hours, but realistically, all of this happens in less than 30 minutes. And then fight. Fight as if you need to. So let's say that you've barricaded the classroom, you've barricaded the public building that you're in, you've blocked out the windows, and the guy's coming in anyways. He shot out a window, he's reaching in to grab the door, he's going to do that. Well, what you need to do is you need to grab 5 to 10 of the people that are in the room with you, and you need to attack that person, okay? And the reason why you do that is because if you just sit there, you'll be killed. Compliance with a mass shooter or a terrorist does not typically yield good results for unarmed hostages. They normally get butchered towards the end of the incident. So that's what happened with Omar Mateen with the Pulse nightclub. That happened in Sandy Hook. That happened in so many places. That happened in Uvalde. Basically, surrender just means you're going to get butchered. So instead of doing that, attack. And so the problem with what Vosh has said, which seems like rhetorically disingenuous, is he just mentioned hide and fight. All of these people have the opportunity to run. Kyle is not actively engaging the people around him. As far as they know, he's killed one person. They could run in any direction but the gunman, and they would be fine. And so that's where Vosh's calculation doesn't work.
Other than that, you always have a moral duty to retreat. Even if you carry a gun, you have a duty to retreat. If you take a CCW class, this is something they'll talk about a lot, is that you have a duty to retreat as much as possible before brandishing a firearm or before using lethal force.
How can you talk about a moral duty to retreat when that guy was running and then he turned around to open fire on the person who threw a bag at him?
Because the guy already threw one thing and was continuing to chase him down. Maybe the guy was getting tired. Maybe he didn't feel like he could continue running. Maybe he didn't know if the guy was going to throw out or take out and throw something else at him. But he might have thought the guy threw a knife at him or stabbed him in the back.
But the guy who was, but what you're saying right now is that you believe that the person who was running had a right to turn around and shoot because he wasn't aware of the intentions of the person chasing him. Nobody who was chasing that guy knew the intentions of the person carrying the rifle. So I don't think this assumption of this unreliable assumption.
Hold on. No. Hold on. You have to think about this probabilistically. All self-defense is probabilistic. Okay. You don't know if a guy coming up to you, if you're a woman, if he's trying to like wrestle you to the ground, you don't know if he's going to rape you. But we would never use this argument for a woman, right? Because there's a chance he could. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you've sacrificed your autonomy to that person, right? So if this guy is running away from a dude who is chasing him, even after he's shown that he has a rifle, right? That guy probably doesn't want to sacrifice his autonomy to a guy that's proven that he's willing to attack him, even though that other guy has shown like he's brandished a rifle and shown lethal
but this
intent.
is about optimal response strategies, not about morals. We can't expect average civilians.
You're pivoting away. Do you want to talk about optimal response, or do you want to talk about more? Because I'm talking about the moral justification.
I don't want to talk about optimal response. No, I don't expect the average person to be able to respond.
Sure. So then let's stick to morals. Don't talk about optimal response.
Well, I thought that's
morals,
what you were doing, though.
No, morality has probability assigned to it as well. There's a percentage chance that if you stop, that guy is going to take your firearm and kill you, or try to knock you out and kill you, or he could take out a knife and kill you. You don't know that. And the guy in the white shirt was continuing to chase him. He was aggressing while the guy with the rifle was retreating. So yeah, I think the guy retreating has a right to defend himself.
We don't know if a person retreating, just because we've seen it in 6 seconds of a video, necessarily means that person posed no threat and that the person chasing them posed, the only threat. We're making a lot of
conjecture.
Wait.
You're the one making assumptions now.
No, I am making assumptions because how that incident started is very essential to understanding who was more in the right. If your assumption,
really, no.
Well, do you believe then? But then your assumption then is even if the shooter was the one who initially brandished lethal intent, they would be justified in killing anyone who attempted to stop them.
If he's aggressing on other people, but he wasn't aggressing, he was retreating.
What if he
was running away?
What if he brandished a firearm or threatened somebody verbally or pointed a firearm at somebody or otherwise unlawfully brandished a firearm and then ran?
Wait, stop saying law. Stop saying law. We're talking morals. We're pivoting to so many different. So just focus on the moral part,
when I say unlawfully brandished, what I'm trying to clarify is that he wasn't brandishing it in response to a legitimate threat to his own person. He was pointing it to. I don't know.
So just said like aggressive.
Sure. Okay.
That's fine.
And by the way, this is why we have cops, because even cops get this wrong. Okay. So Paul, I just did another drawing for you. So always pull a gun first and be justified by that. I don't know. That's kind of sus. Weirdly enough, you are more in the Vosh camp right now, argumentatively, than you are in the Destiny camp, which I do find interesting. So the problem, though, is that we have to deal with intent. That's the problem. And typically with intent, we don't know what's going on, and therefore you should always err on the side of caution. And what I mean by that is this, let's say that this is an identical scenario to the self-defense scenario. I just made it a man because it's identical to the Kyle Rittenhouse scenario. Everything that I said about a female, the only reason why I made the person female in a domestic violence scenario is because I think it makes quite stark the situation to the point that any reasonable person would agree that a female doesn't need to wait to be physically attacked by a male in order to find out whether or not they have lethal intent. She can pull the trigger before the guy gets to her. I would say that you are entitled to the same level of self-defense as a man, where if someone is charging you, they appear to be attacking you, and you have a firearm, you do not need to wait to see whether or not they have lethal intent in order to take action. It's just not true. You just don't need to. Legalistically, morally, however you want to calculate it. Now, what you said, which I think is interesting, so always pull a gun first and be justified by that. I don't know. That's kind of sus. Okay, the reason why we have variations in law around intent is pretty clear because different intents have different moral weight. So as an example, murder and manslaughter are different. Murder is oftentimes you are either negligent or intentional in killing another human being. That's all the murder charges. Okay? But manslaughter is probably a different degree of negligence where you did do something stupid, but it was unintentional and the death wasn't necessarily foreseen, but it still resulted in death. And so we treat manslaughter differently than we do murder, obviously. And so when we're talking about Paul, where you're saying, oh, just pull a gun, brandishing a firearm is an illegal crime. And brandishing, I would have to look it up for brandishing, but I'm pretty sure it involves like unlawful attempt to intimidate. Like I almost guarantee you that that's like brandishing a firearm. I'll see if there's a Florida state statute for it. I know there's aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Let's take a look. An assault is where you're threatening with a deadly weapon. Let's see if there's brandishing. Brandishing a firearm, Florida statute. And by the way, we barely have to debate this because oftentimes we have we already have laws on the books about this. Improper exhibition of a dangerous firearm or weapon. If any person or having or carrying any dirk, sword, sword, cane, firearm, electronic weapon or device or other weapon in the presence of one or more persons exhibit the same in a rude, careless, angry, or threatening manner, not in necessary self-defense, the person so offending shall be guilty of a misdemeanor of the first degree, punishable as provided in XXS, blah, 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 blah. Okay? So we could look up Wisconsin, but I almost guarantee you they have a similar statute. Kyle's argument is going to be that it's a necessary self-defense because there is a man charging him. So his brandishing and his ability to pull the trigger is contingent on the fact that he's being attacked. It's necessary for self-defense. Whereas your judgment within a crowd is going to be context dependent. If a person appears to be acting in self-defense, you don't attack them, you don't kill them, and neither would a law enforcement officer ideally. Now, if you think this person is a mass shooter, then obviously that's going to be context dependent and you should attack that person. So I'll go ahead and I'll leave these two up as the self-defense scenarios, but I'm going to go ahead and draw a series of, this would be the mass shooting scenario, I suppose, where this person just starts attacking multiple random targets haphazardly. Then at that point, it's of course your moral duty to attack that person. But that's not the context. And I understand, like a lot of people, they probably just haven't thought about this. They probably just haven't trained for this. And so as a result, you know, that's kind of how we got the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, is because a lot of people, arguably, this is what happened, but the perception of people on the ground was a mass shooting scenario. So I'll go ahead and save that.
I understand what you're saying. I was trying to make it clear. I don't think you're trying to make it a legal argument. I understand. Yeah, go ahead.
So aggressing upon other people, and then he runs off. You speak of probabilistic circumstances. The people who are chasing him have no idea whether or not he poses a threat to other people, whether he's just trying to round a corner. What's more, I don't know how much the morality of the action is necessarily tied to the individual's ability to process the probabilistic outcomes of what response they should take to the potential of an active shooter. Like, I just want to, because I don't expect an average person to be very cognizant in the heat of the moment as to what the optimal decision is when it comes to a threat.
Mad Money Max says, I would agree with your argument if Kyle was 18 plus. Why? Why? Some of our country's greatest veterans lied about their age in order to enlist in the military. Some of our country's greatest veterans got parental waivers in order to enlist in the country. What's the difference between a 17-year-old 364 days and an 18-year-old? Why are you willing to change the moral or legal argument for a 17-year-old versus an 18-year-old? Now, you could say that it's reckless. And I'll agree with you. If my 17-year-old said, hey, Pops, I'm going to take an AR-15, go down to the BLM riot, and I'm going to guard some buildings, I'm going to be like, no, you're not. You're staying home, dumbass. You're going to get into a fight and you're going to kill somebody, or somebody's going to kill you. Stay home, you fucking idiot. Of course, I'm going to keep my own son home in the circumstance. However, do I think that it's morally correct for people in the community to defend the community property? Absolutely. Maybe my son would stay home and I would go down there, depending on how much of a fucking death wish I had on that day. You know, maybe the wife pissed me off that day. I'm ready to get smoked. So I'll go down to the riot. We'll see. We'll see.
threat. But if a person
Wait, stop. Are you talking optimal decision or morality? We keep hopping around. Do you?
But you have said the morality of an action is in part determined by the extent to which your response to a situation is probabilistically justified, given the threat posed to you, right?
Yeah, but I'm not saying that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much of a connection there is there.
Okay, if a person is aggressing on you, okay, they could kill you. They might not, but they could. That's all I'm saying. That's the only problem. I'm not saying that it's up to a citizen to probabilistically weigh blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying that if you're retreating, somebody is running up to you, right? There's a chance that that person could kill you. If you've shown like lethal intent and that guy's still charging you, like, holy fuck, seems like this guy wants to fight to the death. I think that's a fair assumption. So if that guy's running away and another dude is chasing, it's absolutely a fair assumption. Ask anybody that's any like it's. I actually question if you're operating in good faith, if you act.
Necron, the monetary cost of a standing army was not the only argument for a militia. If I were you, I would read Federalist 29 and Federalist 46. They both articulate the purpose behind a militia.
Actually want to challenge that assertion. We can talk about that in more detail.
Do you believe the act of open carrying means that you have a lower bar that justifies lethal engagement with other people? I think this might be the fundamental question we're disagreeing on here. So what you said is so if a person's just running at you from the street, like, and you're like concealed carrying, I don't think you have a right to just open up on that person and unload 7 shots into them because they're running up to you. You're concealed carrying. They don't see you with a firearm. You don't see a weapon on them. But you just kill them. But they're open carrying now.
Your analogies are really bad.
But what I'm asking is, do you think the fact that he was open carrying...
Let me just explain real quick, okay? Because now you're talking about a guy just standing on the street and another guy charging him out of nowhere and then just shooting and killing that dude. This is a way...
R for R says, you don't chase a scared or cornered animal. It's like survival 101. Chasing a dude with a rifle is just as stupid. I agree. However, did I save this photo? I hope I did. Ooh, I'm going to upload it to my drive and I'm going to show it to you guys. I chased a cornered and scared animal.
Different circumstance.
I would say there's a greater...
Don't worry, I'm going to have a very cool picture to show you.
Threat present there than one in which the person who has the gun initially aggressed.
These analogies are very disanalogous, okay? We're talking about a guy who's running away, being chased by another guy who's not only throwing shit at him, but continues to chase him, knowing that the guy's like brandished a firearm. This is quite different.
Throwing a bag with a Coke bottle. There are some people who are trying to say it's a Molotov.
What's in that bottle?
We saw a video in a pretty close.
And this is another thing that I don't like argumentatively. I don't like when somebody quibbles over a detail that doesn't change the dynamic. It's an argumentative strategy that I think is very stupid. So him being like, oh, well, it was a Coke bottle. What does that change? Doesn't change shit.
A picture. It didn't seem to be. I mean, it certainly wasn't a Molotov. There were conservatives who were spreading that rumor. I just want
but like if a guy is already chasing you, already throwing shit at you, you don't know what the fuck else he's going to do.
Fine. Then we can just use that example. Let's say, for example, that you're a shoplifter. Okay, and pardon me if this is disanalogous, but I think it's fairly analogous. You're a shoplifter at like some little, I don't know, like some little like Chinese grocery outlet somewhere in Chinatown or something like that. You shoplift some stuff. You're noticed. The owner chases you out, throws stuff at you. They're chasing you. If you're concealed carrying, do you have a right to turn around and gun them down?
No, because you already committed a crime. What crime did Kyle commit prior to being chased?
No, of course not.
Okay, so you believe that open carrying and the implicit threat associated with carrying means that there's a lower threshold that you have to meet to justify killing somebody who's chasing you.
No, it's not a lower threshold. It's the same threshold. It's just that threshold is met much quicker because you've already displayed that you have like lethal capabilities.
Right. No, but that's what I mean. Yeah, the implicit threat associated with open carrying means that the threat. Then, if the threshold's not lower, then your state is higher.
Hold on. I 100% agree with you. That's why, as a CCW holding gun owner, which I am, open carrying is the dumbest fucking shit in the world. I'll never do.
Hold on. Actually, going with Vosh's analogy real quick. With Vosh's analogy, let's say that we just went with it. Okay, let's say we went with what he just said, which is you shoplift. Okay, you steal a candy bar. And let's say that you brandish a firearm and a shopkeeper is chasing you down. Now, legally, if you kill the shopkeeper, you're actually going to be convicted of murder because you committed a crime that then led to the confrontation, that then led to the shop owner's death. But let's say it's a misunderstanding. Let's say that you thought you paid for the candy bar or something, okay? You gave him $1 and it cost $1.05, but you already walked out of the store and then the shopkeeper is chasing you, yelling at you, trying to strike you or whatever. And you're like, hey man, fuck off. I don't know what your problem is. He's yelling at you in a different language. And then he charges you anyways and attacks you. Well, at that point, you didn't commit a prior crime. Therefore, if you kill that guy, it's potentially in reasonable self-defense. And the shopkeeper should have taken, let's say, a different approach, like calling law enforcement. Now, somebody said, you don't chase a cornered animal. I disagree. This is me. Ignore the double chin because I'm smiling. Ignore all of that, all right? I'm still a very handsome fella. I have some handsome pictures of me with a shaved face. Ignore that. This is like a 3-foot alligator. It's a baby alligator. This is a bar off of State Road 441. And we got a call from the bar saying, hey, there's a baby alligator about to walk into the highway. Can you come help? I show up and I get into the parking lot and I chase the baby alligator back up here, but there's no lakes for miles in any direction. There's no lakes. And so this baby alligator is basically, in my opinion, he's either going to wander through a residential neighborhood and kill somebody's dog or cat, or he's going to come back to the highway and he's going to get hit by a car. So you know what? I'm like, I'm 200 pounds. This baby alligator is maybe like 30 pounds. I got this. And so what I do is I take this hand. I'm walking over him and he's already doing the gator hiss. He's doing the like the sound. And so I take this hand and I jam his neck down onto the ground, and then he starts death rolling in my hand. Maybe it was this hand, but he starts death rolling in my hand. And so I reach over, I grab his mouth and I shut it. And then I shut it with my hand. And then I grab him and I hold him. And then my supervisor, female cop, very nice. Her name was Karen. Karen throws me in the back of the squad car. I drive it to the local lake and I release it. But while I'm holding on to this baby alligator in the back of a squad car, he keeps trying to wrestle out of my grip and he keeps trying to pull his mouth out of my hands. And my hand is cramping as I'm holding on to him. So it took an extreme amount of willpower to force my cramped hand to continue to hold the mouth of this baby alligator. So yes, is chasing down a gunman or a cornered animal who could hurt or kill other people or hurt or kill itself, is that a good thing to do even if you might be injured or killed? Yes, it can be a good thing. But I think in this circumstance, the left wing way overplayed its hand by calling Kyle Rittenhouse a mass shooter.
Defend open carrying, because it does make it so that things escalate very quickly. Because I'm sorry if you don't understand this, because you're just wrong if you don't. But two people with guns, I'm not trying to patronize you, but like you're unironically making this argument. Okay, if one guy has a gun and another guy doesn't, these two people don't get in a fist fight. Okay, you just can't do that because one guy is holding a gun. That guy's never losing the fight. Okay, right. There's a very low chance. If I know that somebody has a firearm, I'm not going to engage that guy in a fist fight, because if he starts losing, he's probably going to blow my ass the fuck away. That's what happens when you have firearms.
I would argue then, if you are the one who is open carrying, you are responsible for deaths which take place through the exertion of force, which would otherwise not merit a standard of murder. So now, right there, so if you, so if you, wait, let me finish my argument.
Wait. Oh God, I miss these debates. Wait.
Please.
Okay,
please.
I disagree then with what you just said. So go ahead.
Okay, sure. Then I'll clarify, and we'll see if you disagree after I'm done clarifying. So if we agree then that being chased and having shit thrown at you either does or does not morally warrant the
conservative liberalism actually made a definitional distinction that I think is interesting: mass shooter and active shooter. Interesting. I never distinguished those terms. That's interesting.
Murder of the person chasing you based on whether or not you're open carrying. I would argue that murders committed within that threshold of moral legitimacy are on the person who is open carrying, because they are the one who accepted the responsibility of implicitly escalating the threat by open carrying.
Okay, if you have a firearm, your goal is to de-escalate, meaning retreat whenever possible. If you are retreating and somebody continues to chase you and you blow the person away, that's on the other person. They know that you are brandishing a firearm.
Unless
they know
you're
that you have
concealed
lethal
carrying.
capabilities. Well, concealed carrying makes it a little bit different. This is a totally different argument. That's why I'm getting irritated by the analogies. Concealed carry is different because if somebody attacks me and I'm concealed,
Uncle Fatty says you either pull it or you don't. That's bullshit. Anybody who carries long guns, that's bullshit. These guys were open carrying. They had the rifles on their person. They obviously clearly didn't mean to shoot every single person in their vicinity. So that's wrong. Sorry, Uncle Fatty. Wrong.
carrying, that guy might not know that I'm willing to kill this guy over this fight. We could get into a fist fight and he could beat the shit out of me or whatever, and it's whatever. And I could be concealed carrying this whatever. But if I'm open,
nope. Let's check Wisconsin open carry laws. In Wisconsin, open carry is legal for anyone 18 or older who is not prohibited from owning a firearm and does not require a permit. However, there are restrictions, including prohibitions on carrying firearms in schools or private property with no gun signs and in certain federal or city buildings. Additionally, loaded long guns cannot be transported in a vehicle without a permit, and firearms cannot be carried while under the influence of alcohol or drugs. So I think the thing about the Kyle Rittenhouse is, why wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse charged with open carrying a firearm underage? Why did the judge drop Kyle Rittenhouse gun charge? Prosecutors in Kyle Rittenhouse's murder trial may have lost their best chance at convicting the Illinois man of something where the judge threw out a charge that Rittenhouse was a minor in possession of a dangerous weapon. Rittenhouse shot 3 men, killing 2 of them with an AR-15 style rifle during a chaotic protest against police brutality in Kenosha. A jury deliberated about 3.5 days before finding Rittenhouse not guilty on Friday of 5 felony charges, including a murder charge that could have carried a life prison sentence. This jury never got to consider the gun possession charge, one that at one time seemed like a slam dunk. Rittenhouse was 17 at the time, and there was no dispute that he was armed the night of the shootings with a Smith & Wesson AR-15. Though the charge was only a misdemeanor, punishable by a maximum of 9 months in jail, it might have offered the jury a way to convict Rittenhouse of a lesser crime. Hours before closing arguments began on Monday, Judge Bruce Schroeder granted a defense motion to toss out the weapons charge. Rittenhouse attorneys Mark Richards and Corey pointed to an exception in the law they said allows minors to possess shotguns and rifles as long as they're not short-barreled. Ooh. Interesting. Assistant District Attorney James Krause argued that the exception renders the state's prohibition on minors prohibiting possessing dangerous weapons meaningless, but when he acknowledged that Rittenhouse's rifle barrel was longer than 16 inches, the minimum barrel length allowed under state law, Schroeder dismissed the charge. So listen, man, that's the minor in possession would have stuck if they had written the law better. So let's take a look and see if they even changed it after the Rittenhouse trial. What was it? Minor in possession of a dangerous weapon, Wisconsin. I don't care. This is too much text. I was looking. Sorry. Any person under the 18 who possesses or goes armed with a dangerous weapon is a Class A misdemeanor, except as provided in paragraph blah, blah, blah. Any person who intentionally sells, loans a dangerous weapon to a person under the 18 age is guilty of a felony. So where's the exception? Subsection C. I would have to click on these subclauses, and I don't care. I'll just be real. If you care, that's cool. Maybe you could have hit him with a misdemeanor.
Carrying, he knows I've got a gun. Well, now if he's still attacking me, holy shit! It feels like you're taking up to you know that I have a gun.
This is
still coming at me.
That's exactly what I mean. I would say that if you're being attacked and you are open carrying, and you would not be justified in murdering somebody if you were concealed carrying, you remain unjustified in murdering somebody for open carrying because you are the one who decided to escalate by open carrying.
No, No, okay, but that makes it sound like you have to go back further than if you're going to say it, because there's the reason why these guys were open carrying is because they wanted to be an open show of force to protect fucking business owner
And they should
property.
be more
or their little
responsible with how they
organization or
engage
whatever.
with others in escalation of force.
Yeah, but it seemed like he was literally running away from the dude.
But if he wasn't open carrying, you agree then that a concealed carry approach wouldn't have warranted a reciprocative murder. So then the
A concealed
open carry
carry
makes the
approach. Hold on,
difference.
whoa. A concealed carry approach isn't what bodyguards use. Okay, when you go to the fucking club, okay, the guys aren't concealed. Cops don't conceal carry. All right, when people are standing outside places, like no, and you know they're not concealed carrying. When you go to the airport, okay, the people aren't there, and the fucking airport, the rifles aren't concealed carrying. Okay? In this case, if they wanted to display a show of force to protect property, it seems like open carry is probably what they want to do over concealed carry. So in that case,
I think there was a complete pivot. That has nothing to do with anything I'm talking about. So
No.
Speaking of disanalogous comparisons, wait. We agree on something fundamental here, and that is that there is a fundamental.
My wife yelled at me, Your Honor. Yeah. There's a riot downtown Orlando. I think Florida's open carry now. So I open carry an AR-15, just praying that somebody kills me. But then they attack me, and my survival instinct kicks in, so that I kill the other person. And I go to trial. And I tell the judge everything. Listen, the wife yelled at me that day. I was a little grumpy. I went downtown hoping some leftists would kill me. They attacked me at the last minute. My survival instinct kicked in. Oh, shit.
Difference between open carrying and between concealed carrying, because open carrying necessarily escalates the threat level of any engagement you're going to have with that person, because they have a fucking gun open, meaning anyone who aggresses against that person is doing so with the knowledge they're carrying a gun. I argue, since the person who is open carrying is the one who chose to.
This is a waste of time because you won't let me just address the problem here, okay?
Okay.
Personally, I think that concealed carrying is preferable to open carrying, but in every single circumstance, that isn't necessarily true. And the reason why is because I just gave examples. If you're trying to display, you're defending some piece of.
Doobie for $10 says, if the number were 50 people rather than 3, would it change anything to you? How many people could Kyle kill in self-defense? Yeah. I think that's actually Vosh's argument later in the debate. He's like, oh, well, I guess as long as your initial act of self-defense is justified, then you can kill an endless amount of people in further self-defense as long as they continue to attack you. And I think that morally, it's like the insurance guy from The Incredibles, where he's like, legally, I have to answer yes. I think that's me with this, although it is funny. How many people can you legally self-defend from? So for instance, let's say that Kyle Rittenhouse was just awesome at split times. Let's just say he was great, and there were 4 people charging him, and he's like, blast, 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 blast. He has like a 1 second split time to get 4 rounds off, and then another 4 people attack him from the rear. Does he have the right, if all 4 of these were justified and these people thought he was a mass shooter, does he have the right to blast these 4 people? I think morally the answer is yes, but I think once you start stacking corpses like 10 feet high, you probably need to ask yourself if this is the best way to conduct yourself. I'm happy this is 5 years old, so I can still laugh about it. I'm happy we weren't laughing about it 5 years ago. I'm happy we can laugh about it now. Thank you for the super chat, Doobie, by the way. So I just want to thank everybody who has supported the stream today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Doobie has oiled today $70. Grid One Motorsport says that if he didn't have taxes, he would have oiled $200, but he did $100. I appreciate that. Deus Halcyon, thank you for renewing your membership. AKA Batasui, thank you for the 10. Fashion 40, thank you for renewing your membership. And Patriarch, thank you for gifting 10 Valor Media Network memberships. It's greatly appreciated. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Parasos, we love you. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a good time.
The property or whatever, then open carrying is probably more responsible or makes more sense than concealed carrying.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, if they're showing up to defend property, they feel like open carrying is like, or they feel like they want to have a show of force to defend property, then open carrying makes more sense than concealed
And they
carrying.
have a right to do that. And they also thus accept the responsibility of the heightened level of force and threat implicit to them open carrying, and are therefore responsible for any murders which would have taken place because they're open carrying that wouldn't have if they were concealed carrying.
But the thing is that like, as long as they're complying with like a reasonable duty to retreat, then the murder.
UQ said, did you not have zip ties and did you not have tape? Honestly, man, I didn't want to take my hand off the mouth of that thing. And I think we were just kind of, we were winging it. We were winging it. So I'm sure Karen had tape. I'm sure I had tape somewhere, but we just winged it. It was fine. I didn't get bit. I didn't get mauled. It was a funny scenario. And now for the rest of my life, I can say I trapped an alligator with my hands and released it into a lake. I can claim you can call me gay. You can call me R-slurred. You can call me an idiot. You can call me ignorant. You can call me, whatever you want to call me, man. You can call me the F slur, the R slur, the N word, the K slur. Half of those don't apply, but you know what I'm saying. You can insult me to the core of my being. At the end of the day, I still captured an alligator with my bare hands and released it into a lake, and most of you haven't. I will take that shit to my grave. I am a man who captured an alligator with my bare hands. Now, don't mention the fact that it was only 3 feet long. Don't mention the fact that it was a baby and it only weighed 30 pounds. I still captured an alligator with my bare hands. Well, gloved hands, but still.
Where the death would fall on the guy that was aggressing the guy that is open carrying.
Yeah, again, because they're open carrying. It's not the person who's chasing the person open carrying's fault that they're open carrying. They chose to
you're
open carry.
assuming that they have, yeah, but it's not like they have zero justification for open carrying.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, there are benefits and losses. Benefits are you get to look cool. Losses are if somebody attacks you and you kill yourself in a way, or not you kill yourself, you kill them in a.
Oh, yeah. Bob Smith is unrelated, but basically Hassan Piker had a bunch of like cops following him around while he was in China. Yeah, unsurprising. Unsurprising that he's still simping for the CCP.
A way that you probably wouldn't have if you were concealed carrying. You're responsible for that. I feel like you understand the argument.
Wait, are you saying that any time you attack somebody, then if you're open carrying, you're always constantly 100% in the wrong?
No, if you're open, I think that people who are open carrying should be held to the exact same moral standard of lethal or reciprocatory force that a person concealed carrying would. And I know that a concealed carry person can't be punched in the face.
No. That's just not true. Okay, you're missing. There's like, this is really frustrating. This guy could have been concealed carrying, and this could have played out literally the exact same way. It's not relevant.
I asked you. Wait. But I asked you if it was, and you said that if the Chinese
Let me explain.
shopman.
I understand. No. We don't need to rephrase it. I understand. Let me explain.
You seem very frustrated with my attempts to explain.
Your Honor, I'm jealous of my victim. Oh, y'all are savages.
Explain my position. I'm not trying to speak over you.
You've explained your position plenty. It's just that you're drawing on like these really disanalogous threads to make a.
Sorry, I'm sorry, dude. I've had an excellent stream. The fact that earlier I was being bullied by libertarians. The libertarians oiled and they bullied me with their oiling. But the fact that I got to make fun of them for like crying and wiping their money, wiping their tears away with money as they rode on gold-plated jet skis, and we got to accuse them all of being Kenny Powers riding a jet ski. That was super fun for me. And then also right now, me making a joke that, like the wife and I fight, so I go downtown to try to get killed in a riot, but then I accidentally kill someone. Good memes. Thomas says, for what it's worth, co-pilot Dems says Dems tried to change the law, but it was dead in the water because of GOP control of the Wisconsin legislature. Gotcha. That's cool.
really silly argument that I can dispel in 2
concealed
seconds.
versus
Listen, you can be a
unconcealed.
concealed carry. No, but when you conceal carry, you know how you kill somebody with the gun? You have to unconceal it to do it, Vosh,
Yeah,
okay?
I
So this
know.
guy could have been concealed carrying, and somebody could have...
Once you pop, you can't stop. Dude, that is merch. I gotta write this down, dude. We have to do merch. There's so much merch I want to do. I want to get Vosh because Vosh makes this argument later in the debate. Oh, Vosh, once you pop, you can't stop. Pistol meme. He makes the argument later in the debate. I think Paul brought it up. He's like, and I think Doobie just brought it up. How many people can you kill in self-defense? And so Vosh has this picture of himself with a gun. Vosh with a gun meme. So I want to take this one. I want to lower the pistol a little bit, right? So we can see his face. But imagine a merchandise shirt like this. Like this is perfect. Like, what if we do this, but he's like kind of pointing it at the camera and it says, once you pop, you can't stop. And it's Vosh with a gun. Oh, shit.
Charged him, and he could have taken his gun out and then still ran, and the guy could have, and we could be having this exact same conversation. The fact that he was open carrying doesn't mean that's 100% the reason why this escalated where it did. He could have concealed carry, and this could have played out literally the exact same way.
Isn't it illegal to brandish your firearm if you're concealed carrying unless you believe that you have a reason to
Why
use it?
are we pivoting to legal arguments?
Because in this respect, laws are generally meant to be a rough reflection of our moral position on reasonable escalation. Wait.
Yeah, they tried to agree on exclusively morality earlier, and now he's appealing to legality, which I think Destiny is correct to call out as like flipping back and forth. Now, I would have no problems flipping back and forth, but I would say, okay, let's move into legalistic versus moral, and let's try to make these like discrete segments of the conversation. This is already chaptered out, and I want to kind of get to a different... Oh, is it right here? Oh, we're about to change chapters. That's good.
Okay. So forget.
Gosh,
No. Wait. I'm not making a legal argument here. The reason that law exists is because when we're talking about people who concealed carry, we agree it's unethical for them to brandish their firearm at people around them.
Oh, yeah. The Thomas Wilburn asked, was the alligator strong for its size? Oh, 100%. Wild animals are always crazy strong.
Unless there's a reason for them to use that firearm. Right?
Sure, and he might have felt like his life was threatened prior to that, but we don't know this. We don't have that video, right?
Do you think it would?
Sam, guy's in an open carry state, brings an AR to the middle of a concert, gun accidentally goes off, people charge him, and he defends himself, takes everyone out.
Would be moral then for a person to open fire on somebody anytime?
Jesus, I released a crocodile into a cooking fire. Does that count? Yeah. Yeah. He's on one. Okay. Well, honestly, we hit 4 hours anyway, so it's okay. I'll wrap. My wife needs me to either grab groceries or take care of our toddler. So I'm just going to respond to chat real quick. We're going to dip out. This was a nice little blast down memory lane. I really did have a good time. And realistically, you guys all know the arguments, and we kind of hit the biggest part of it anyways. I'm going to thank our donors again. Thank you, Patriarch, for the 10 gifted. Thank you, Fashion 40, for renewing your membership. Thank you, a.k.a. Batusai, for your $10. Thank you to Doobie for $60 cumulatively through three $20 super chats. I think he donates another one little bit. Thank you to Grid One Motorsports for a $100. I get it. I'll be there in 2 minutes, I promise. Grid One Motorsports, a.k.a. an unreasonable man. Thank you for stunting on them hoes with a $100 super chat. Thank you to Deus Halcyon for a membership renewal at 3 months. And thank you to Doobie for another $10. I know my wife is a dictator. I know that. Why do you think I want to go downtown? I'm getting way too much joy out of this. Toddler on the live stream. I would, but my wife doesn't want me to put my kids out onto social media. So I know I cuddled my oldest boy a few times on stream, but yeah, she doesn't like it that much. I wish. A wholesome wife, guys. Sometimes. But anyways, go enjoy your other favorite streamers. Thank you for the super chats. I parasocially love you. Have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Thanks again. Have a great one. Bye for now.